Do either of you have game audio on your stream without the Discord, by
Yo,
chance? Yo, it's Tranq. Hello.
figuring now that this is starting, might as well pop in.
Do I have it? That is the question. Well, my setup hasn't changed, so the game audio should be running.
No, I mean without the Discord, because I heard ourselves on your stream already, so I muted it. So.
Oh yeah, I'll have to
if you
mute Discord. I
What
don't
you can
have
do,
that.
what you can do is you can switch your capture card to output to stream only, and then you can just mute the desktop audio on your streaming software.
I'm not sure I know how to do that properly. Unfortunately.
Are you using OBS?
Yes, I am.
Okay, if you right click on your game capture and go to properties, there should be on the audio or on your video capture device for doing it. If you go onto that on the audio side, on the right hand side, like in the middle, it should say output stream to desktop or output stream to audio. To stream only. If you do stream only, it means it'll go directly to the stream. Then you can, on the main dashboard, just mute the top right on the bottom half where the little red like thing is. You can just mute the.
Yeah, I don't see that option at all. So, because I use Amaranth capture my video and then go with OBS.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
So
you aren't directly going into OBS.
yeah, it's not directly from OBS. I could, but the
I see.
quality's even choppier.
And Bowie, I assume your stream is also Discord audio.
I can quickly change it for you.
Okay.
I can mute Discord.
I got mine set up for no Discord once it gets going as well.
Okay, so I'll just do Bowie's.
Stream only.
Go for it.
For us.
Go
Yeah,
for it.
I'll use Bowie's audio, then
audio.
we'll switch it to Tranq's.
Yeah, because I'm going through XSplit, so I have that set up for stream only for that.
Alright. Without further ado, I will get started. So, on 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Whoops! Completely forgot to do the other way around. Forgot to get the knight before doing the jobby. Little tiny mistakes being made still. It's fine. They'll be crisped up soon.
Yeah, don't worry.
But
I'm very strange with my speedruns, right? I just don't run them for ages, then I'll run it once, I'll be like fired up to run it. It's just like,
From the new world equalizer is gonna happen.
yep, wipes on random encounters guaranteed.
if you want to obviously not save and die in the theatre, the opera house, that'd be cool. Like, and
I'm
then
not
do
even
it
sure if
again.
you can die in the theater, because if you die, Lenny comes and saves you.
That's right.
Shout outs to Lenny.
They don't even let you die.
Like, obviously, that's right. Lenny comes in to save the day.
That's right. I've used that strat before, no joke.
You really?
Yeah.
So have I. Yeah,
I
the
don't think
enemies are
I've
too spread
ever-
apart. The enemies are too spread apart, and John has taken all damage. It's actually faster to get Lenny to come and save your ass.
Yeah, if you get to that point where you have to have Lenny come in, it's already too slow. That you should probably reset. But if all the enemies are spread apart and you have no magic and they all hit you, and you can technically save time by killing yourself, letting Lenny come in.
He does a special version of his move too. It's called Lenny My Love instead of cell phone. I think it's just called phone, not cell phone.
You should demonstrate that there, Tide.
Yeah, I can totally do that. It's not a bad idea.
For good measure, right?
So now we are in the new world. We are no longer in Europe and Asia. We're in North America.
Living in America.
America.
God.
I'd just like to point out that myself, Tranq, and Tide are all Canadian, but we love America.
Yes, the people that run this game are all Canadian. That's the irony. The irony is the fact that there's no Canada, despite the fact that you're in North America for half the game.
You get close, you get to like Boston or something, that area.
Clear, you should go to Toronto.
If they need a snow level, then they know where to go.
I got distracted.
They'd probably go to Alaska instead.
I
Probably.
apologize. Being very, very sloppy. I knew I had to talk to the guy, but I wasn't focusing on where he went, so then I exited the screen without talking to the guy.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
Miss Gray Shirt guy.
You need to talk to the guy in order to progress the story. So
Freaking
very
RNG guy.
slowly, Blanca Z is gonna catch up.
Well, I spent like a million years in the last boss, so they're catching up a little bit already.
It was a typo. That had to be it.
It had to
Yeah.
be.
We had to
It
fix
psyched me out.
Also,
Can't believe
I'm gonna
I
try to
typoed that.
approach this door as close to the center as I can. So several times in this game, Johnny will automatically walk to a certain spot. So you want to get close to that so that you minimize the walk time.
Johnny goes where he wants.
Johnny walked extremely slow.
He does, yes.
Yeah,
On the
you
other
gotta
hand,
walk
he runs
him
pretty
for
fast.
him, not let him do it himself. Johnny
He runs
is a
pretty
special
fast, though.
special character. Yeah, I find Johnny runs faster than Yuri.
I think
might just be me,
Mal's
though.
the most important character in that game. Mal and Ricardo, like, and Hilda obviously. Hildegard is obviously amazing, but Ricardo and Mal.
Alright. This place doesn't seem safe, but we're gonna keep running headlong into it, because Johnny's the smartest detective in the world.
Tranq, you're running Mal strats, right?
No. Why not though?
I don't think Malstrats exist enough.
Let's just switch Nathan out for Mao and see what happens.
Can't be that bad.
I think actually, Tide, you should do Mal strats in honor of your name.
No man, I'm gonna do true bad
Just replace Hilda with Mao.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
what can go wrong with that strategy? Anyways, we have to do a bunch of these fights with these hooligans inside this theater. So, when we're fighting those guys, the formation and the turn orders are not always fixed. So the thing I'm trying to look out for is if they group together, I want to use a hail dust. But on the other hand, if they're spread apart, then I want to pay attention to who goes first. If they go together, then I want to target the thin guy. But if the fat guy goes first, I want to kill the fat guy first. It's important to know that the fat guy can only be killed with a strike. You either have to do a hail dust, or you have to hit a strike on the attack to kill him. And the reason why, if they're grouped together, you want to target the thin guy is because the thin guy attacks twice, so his animation's longer.
So, Shadow Hearts 2 takes place. What year was it again?
1914, 1915.
1915. And then From the New World, I think, is in the 20s.
Yeah, it's like before the Great Depression.
Yeah, it's during the boom.
Yo, nice dodge. I was afraid I didn't just strike.
Shout out to Baby Rage.
Baby Rage.
Baby Rage.
Baby Rage. We'll be seeing more of him in this game. Right. So you also want to watch your MP. So if you run out of MP before you get through the theater, usually you'll want to heal your MP. But sometimes, oh shit, I missed one. That's actually really bad. It's not to watch you guys go. Nice
Oh,
dodge,
it's time for Lenny strats then, right?
Time for Lenny
Yeah.
shots.
Oh wow, that grouping on the last one there.
Yeah, it's really bad. Formation. Oh my god. Yo,
That's...
the comeback is real. Ow.
I believe in Tranq.
Earth Edge, yeah, let's go.
We may be seeing Lenny.
Why not?
Oh no, Johnny's dodging too much.
Also, just as planned, I grouped all three of them together. That was
Wow.
the whole purpose of doing all
I'm
that.
surprised they were
Oh.
close enough.
Just as planned. Oh,
That is
what?
so lucky.
Tied with the next level strats there.
Oh my
so
god,
lucky.
I'm an idiot.
Oh, you didn't learn how to jiggle the door a little bit? Come
Oh
on.
my god. I apologize. I'm getting
For everyone who
distracted.
doesn't,
Should focus.
for everyone who doesn't know, Johnny does not know how to open a door despite being a detective.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
need a little
Johnny
girl to
Con-
help us out.
Johnny constantly gets confounded by doors in this game.
Johnny's a lot.
Doors and levers. They're his biggest weaknesses.
Probably should have just minded myself where I was supposed to go and do stuff. It's alright, we got this.
Three doors. That was two.
So, mechanically, the game changes over to from the New World with quite a few changes to the battle. It's going to be meter management is important. The strike areas on rings are shrunk down significantly, so they're a lot harder to hit. It introduces the Magic Mind's Eye, which you get later on, which actually doubles your magic power, which that didn't actually exist in the first two games. So magic becomes a lot more significant in this game too. And just the way stellars are set up, how fusions are set up are quite a bit different too. Shania is a fusion character, but she isn't nearly as good as Yuri was, so she kind of falls off around Vegas, which is about 2 hours in.
Yeah.
That was a bad fight. Also, shoutouts to 9 minutes to finish New York. In case you're wondering what the average time here is, you should be done this area by about, like, a low 8. So 9 minutes is pretty bad. I've gone as low as, like, 750 before. I think LCC's, like, the best split for that is, like, 748 or something.
I can't remember. It's been too long.
Yeah. Anyways, point is 9 minutes is bad.
Yeah. I actually think I might even get like 7 flat. Something crazy.
Yeah, it's possible. Like if you have good formations on the guys and everything.
Yeah, the meter in this game, characters can build up stock. So the way it works is you have a maximum of 200% stock. And whenever you attack enemies, get hit, use curing spells, stuff like that. Anything that kind of does damage or heals yourself that isn't an item or a buff will build up your stock gauge. And what it does is allows you to combo from character to character or use 2 attacks in one go. So if you use 1 stock 100%, you can then jump to your next character's turn early and then have them combo together and do a bonus damage. Problem with doing that is turn order gets a little wacky because you're pushing another character's turn way up, but then as a result of them going, it makes their next turn after that push back even further. It still needs to get their last turn they were going to get, plus the new turn that you had to give them because you comboed. And double attacks, same idea. So it kind of averages out the 2 attacks. Like, if you have 1 attack that's kind of like normal speed, one that's really fast, it'll average them out to be kind of above average in speed. But it gives you a penalty as well, so it kind of scale back to make it roughly about the same as a regular attack. So if you do 2 really slow moves, that character's next turn won't come up till way later. So your stock used for that could kind of backfire. So in a lot of cases for bosses, you want to just kill them outright in one big swoop, so you don't have to worry about your next turn.
Yeah, we talked about recovery times earlier when we first started Shadow Hearts 2. So this game has even heavier emphasis on recharge and recovery times. Whenever you do a combo, or whenever you do a double rather, there's a recharge penalty that's applied to the character's turn. That penalty stacks on. So if you keep comboing to the same character and they do like 2 double actions, it makes their next turn come at like 16% of like their normal turn rate, which is extremely slow. So you have to consider the recharge rates when you're comboing or when you're doing doubles, because you don't want to be caught in a situation where you are extremely vulnerable.
Another thing it does is double attacks combine the 2 rings into one to make it twice as hard. So if you have 2 attacks that have a really tight strike zone, then the strike zone would be half of that. So doing doubles is very, very risky.
Yeah.
And usually not a good idea in most cases.
It should also be explained that the penalty, the recharge penalty, is actually applied before the action is executed. So if you miss a double ring, you eat the penalty, but then you don't do anything. So it's you have to make sure you hit your ring.
I've gone the wrong way. I'm supposed to go into the V. I'm extending the lead. I'm sorry.
That's right, Bowie.
Just hang in the
You
menu.
got this.
Just hang in the menu for a bit, Tide. Don't
It's alright. I'll be making
don't
more
worry.
silly mistakes.
That sounds good. I like that.
Don't worry, there's still lots of bosses left in this game.
Yeah, we just got started. That first boss, by the way, I don't think you can die on. Like, you have to play extremely recklessly.
Yeah, I think you have to try to die for that one.
I
Or
think
be-
what should happen is if you get first time deadly poison on Modoc Tranq, that'll definitely save some time.
That's
yeah.
it.
You
Yeah.
first try deadly poison on that boss. Say 5 minutes.
Yep.
Pure skill boss.
Free 5-minute time save.
That should be enough.
Alright, and we have to get the pedometer. We can't skip this, unfortunately.
Might
So
as
in all
well.
3 games, you get a pedometer, but I think only in the first game it's useful. Each of these games, the pedometer has kind of been routed out. It's not very good.
Except for the first game.
Yes, except for the first.
Got routed back in because it saves a lot of money, apparently.
That's fantastic. Again, don't delete your notes. You never know. Never know when something will become relevant that you thought was obsolete. Also, going back to the recharge rate thing, one of the things that happens in the bosses with this game is that they also have a recharge bonus. So what that means is that even though the turn order will say that they go, like, say, third, in reality, once they attack, they'll probably go again in, like, their second turn or something. So you have to kind of be careful with reading the turn order. It's not that it's inaccurate, but it doesn't factor in the boss passive bonus there.
It doesn't take into account future events, just what's coming
that's probably
now.
the best way of putting it.
Team Cool Cat are so ahead as well because there was a I mean, the first run was really tight actually between the two of them. There was a bit of bad RNG on both sides, but Dylan Necker overall got a bit of a cleaner run. And then when it came to Shadow Hearts 2, I had 2 rips. One was a pretty bad one of about 8 to 10 minutes. I had a bit of a unfortunate rip early on as well, and then just overall cleaner play from LTC than me.
Yeah, well, I think your second rip there was actually a closer to 20-minute rip.
Really?
I think it took you back to it took him back to the start of the disc.
Yeah, but
yeah, it was like
I don't
10
think it's that
Or
much.
10, maybe 10?
I was like
Yeah, it was a...
10 to 12. Max.
You're
Like,
just
no-
doing the opening train area section, which is just a few fights, and then
Okay.
you go to the ship pretty much after the shopping. It's
That's
not
quite far
that
through.
bad,
That's
but
quite far
you
through.
were probably already
Look at
far into
that.
the ship, right?
Yeah, about 7 minutes into my ship split.
Oh, well. Okay. That's different then. I thought you were just like at the start of it.
No, yeah, no,
I was,
he
I
was...
was going to the last key card. It wasn't good.
So, that first boss that we fought in from the New World, you can actually kill him in 3 rounds, but in order to do it, you have to hit perfect on every single ring. If you miss even a single strike zone, you can't get the 3 round, you have to go for the next option. So it can be very frustrating, especially if you miss the perfect on the very, very last hit zone.
Yeah.
Because it's like, you got everything, but you missed this one ring on this double that you were planning to do, so then you get penalized in the double. And
Or
Or
you
the
hit
boss
everything
dodges.
perfectly, and then your girl misses, and you can't do anything about it.
oh yes, that's also great too. So we
I
don't
hate
take
that.
into account misses and crits in this game. So sometimes if we get hit with a crit or we miss an attack that we're not supposed to, it gets fun because there's no script. You're on your own. Anyways, these battles that we have to do in basement area. For the most part, they're fixed. So there is a fastest way of getting through each fight. So these are all scripted. As long as you don't screw up, then basically. But what I'm gonna try and do is I want to save stock if I can, because the boss of this area does require me to hopefully save, kill it with a big combo. So. So it's important to know that Naton, when he uses Slug Shell, can only kill them if he hits a strike. If you don't hit a strike, he won't kill them. So again, hitting strikes is much more emphasized in this game. It's important that you hit them as much as you can.
I think that's pretty much the point in everything. Every single one.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna pass the turn here to Naton. Because Naton has 2 hit areas and Johnny only has 1. So if Johnny attacks and he misses, then I won't kill him. And by doing that, I get a free 100% stock refill. So even though I had to use a combo, I get it instantly restored at the end of the fight.
Right, that's another way you can fill your stock, is certain enemy formations actually give battle bonuses where they give you stock. So as a result of using stock, you actually get it all back at the end. Which is pretty handy in a couple spots.
Yeah, so those fights, like I mentioned earlier, like they're forced fights, but there's fixed ways of taking them down the fastest, more efficient way possible. And even though Naton's out of MP, we're not gonna restore his MP, even though Slug Shell can one-shot bosses, because we want to save those mana leaves later for a later part in the game.
Shadow Hearts 2 audio is awesome.
It is awesome. You
If it's perfectly well, it's a Shadow Hearts 3 here.
Sick miss, bro.
We're talking about Shadow Hearts 3 because they're on Shadow Hearts 3, but we're getting Shadow Hearts 2 audio because Tide's stream is picking up Discord as well as the game audio, so it'll be messy.
You'd basically be hearing echoes of everything. So that's the major reason why the audio is set to Shadow Hearts 2 right now.
Alright, once Tranq gets on Shadow Hearts 3, we'll switch to his audio. The camera. We're talking specifically about the speedrun in From the New World. You actually collect snap cards of different enemies. And they can be traded in for bonuses and items and stuff. So you actually take some pictures to get demon earrings, which gives you 20% more physical damage later on. And it also gives you
Mind's Eye.
Magic Mind's Eye.
Or
Mind's Eye, one of them.
It's one of the two.
Who really Mind's Eye magic is from the lotto.
The lottery. It's, yeah, you get them both at the same time, so whatever.
One of the two.
I'm at the very, very end of my run, Chocobo. I've got like 15 minutes max.
Well, if you have a fight like I did,
close to half hour.
Sorry though, nothing interesting has happened here. All I am is in Arkham University, and we just beat up some monsters.
Yeah, honestly, the early game and From the New World's kind of whatever. Nothing.
It gets interesting once we hit Grand Canyon. Then that's when the boss fight starts getting interesting.
Yeah, a lot more stuff starts happening.
Right now, about like the first 30 minutes is not too bad, but once we hit, goddamn.
Yeah, they trick you into thinking the game's easy here, and then they say, hey, I give you technical ring, what are you gonna do? You're gonna use it. Because at this point in the game, he is on normal ring, which means he does less damage, but the ring areas are much, much larger. However, the reason we're using that is because we don't actually have access to technical until later on, after this boss. Otherwise we'd use it, obviously, so I mean, use the word obviously 3 times, why not?
We talked about many times about how the ring in this game is much tighter. You will see once we swap the technical. Looks like.
Yeah, the normal ring looks the same as it does in Shadow Hearts 2 in this game, so it looks easy, no problem. But once you switch to technical, that's when it gets real.
That's when all the fun stuff starts happening. So yeah, the first 30 minutes of this game is not too bad. Then we get to Tatanaga, and that's when the real fun starts.
And the saving begins.
I don't know about you, I'm saving, like...
Yeah, I'm saving before every fight.
Really mentally scared.
I think there was like either the last re-release or the run I did in Scripathon where I almost died on this boss because I got the worst luck possible. And I had to like go out of my way to just pull together a win and survive. It was awful.
Yeah, you can also talk about what our goal is for this fight.
Yeah, the main goal here is to bring him to half health, which you just do by attacking him, which is pretty simple. And then you have to do a big combo, which you get enough hits and string enough damage together that you pop the enemy up in the air and do a Ninja Star with Tranq, and he's light elemental, whereas the boss is dark elemental, so it does bonus damage. So you get all the hits in the combo to add bonus damage there, then you get the light affinity damage as well. And by doing a bunch of string together combos, you get a high hit counter, so if you get at least 19 or 20 hits, you get a battle bonus, which is a weapon for Natan. So that means you don't have to buy it or sell it if you want to sell it. So you get either extra cash or just keep it on him so he can do more damage, which I'm usually doing nowadays. I just keep the weapon because it can be helpful for the gangster fights and the prison fights. Because money in this game is hard to come by easily.
Yeah, the early game money is a little bit tight. Ideally, you want to have an extra 5k before we get to Vegas, but sometimes that doesn't always happen.
Another big thing that the combo is that's because you're comboing together all your characters, you want it to kill, because it's going to set back all of your turns. And it limits the boss's turns as well by doing all your damage at the back end, so... Looks like you're having pretty bad luck here, though.
Yeah, well, par for course, really.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try something. I kinda got unlucky since he focused all his attacks on Shania. I was hoping that he would, do something different, but he didn't. Yeah, we can do this, I think.
Yeah, I think you got this.
Keep failing to run away over here.
One thing to note is that combo system has an affinity system between characters as well. It doesn't come into play that much, but Shania and Natan, because they're part of the same tribes, they start with 10 or 20 affinity, which adds a little bit of combo damage when you actually combo between them specifically. So you always want to make sure you're either coming from Natan to Shania or vice versa whenever you're actually doing this.
I think I managed to kill him, but I didn't land a strike. Not landing a strike on this star, by the way, is really bad. It cuts out like 30 to 40 damage. Again, strikes are a lot more meaningful here. So anyways, we got the 20 hit combo, which gives us the weapon for Natan. But I did have to use a talisman, so that cuts into my cash balance. So I'm up like 480 in terms of cash right now, I think. But if you want to get the upgrade on that Stellar by Vegas, you pretty much can't buy anything, so might already be in the cards for me to do that.
Also, hello, Barbaroos. Made it in time for some From the New World, which I hope you enjoy.
Yes, From the New World is fantastic. We should all play it.
Yeah, stop lying to the people, alright?
Alright.
I don't know, man. You're pretty much outnumbered in chat right now.
Bo is coming up on the last stretch here. We got 2 bosses left.
We do indeed.
And we'll talk a little bit about them. So these guys are annoying. They actually open by comboing to each other and defending, which means if you want to open with buffing Yuri, they often won't die because you're only doing about half their health. And they usually go first. Another thing is that they actually do enough damage to kill off Yuri, so oftentimes you'll actually want to cast shield on him to give him enough defense to make sure he survives. That's assuming they target him. They can target anyone, so that's just like hyper safety stuff. Alternately, of course, you can just defend like you're doing, which is perfectly valid.
Because there's two of them as well, they don't have as much HP as previous bosses before them. They still have a lot, but they have less because there's two of them. So you could easily, without even having to do the crit, just energy charge, and if you hit it, perfect, and energy charge just kills easily. That's probably going to see. Can't really use a crit because I need to. This time on the perfect chubby. He's not defending this defense. This is good. Oh, dodge, very nice. As well as I would have liked so far. The lack of crit, unfortunately. On the extreme would have done it.
I'm always afraid of mashing. No, it's faster than. Just because we hit X on the wrong panel and ask you for tutorial to watch.
I usually just mash circle.
There.
Yeah, I just mash circle as well, even though it's not quite as good.
Made a mistake of mashing X into the ring tutorial. Worst tutorial in the game.
Oh shit, I forgot to buy the belt.
Cool, Rise Infusion done.
Please, game. I do want to buy like 5 clip points.
Buy up all the knives, man.
Buy all the knives.
Ring Custom Yuri. Ring Type Gamble.
Alright, so this is the part of the game where I do wish I used notes when I run, instead of having to hard memorize these answers.
Dude, these are impossible.
These statues, man. These are the multiple choice questions from hell.
They're terrible. Especially the third question. If you don't read the question, you don't know what the answer is.
Yep.
Because 2 of the questions have the exact same 3 choices as their answer.
Pretty great.
And when you see the answers, you can no longer see the question.
Imagine speed game requiring you to pay attention.
Who'd have thought?
I memorized 40 Dr. Topper questions in SMRPG in Japanese,
Excellent.
and
Far
these
away.
totems are impossible compared to them.
These totems are impossible. Oh my god, fuck!
Did you actually do it wrong?
No, I...
Oh, you selected no. Okay.
Yeah. Shit.
Tied.
God damn, I'm not reading the question. I'm bad. Anyways, if you don't read the question, this happens.
Oh,
I'm just demonstrating what happens.
You're just
You want to answer the
demonstrating.
question? Nah, I don't want to answer the question.
This is fine.
Now,
Keep getting it wrong.
nobody ever make this mistake again.
Keep getting it wrong. It's fine. Just keep getting it wrong. It's all good.
Well then,
Yeah, this screwed us up one.
let's go.
You ready?
Okay, yeah, for that one there, 3 is the answer to one of the questions, just not that question.
When in doubt, pick 7.
Or
7
4.
is not available for that question, unfortunately.
If 7's not available, pick 4.
Yeah, exactly.
With HP.
Alright, so we got Boya coming up on the final here.
Boss
So the
time.
goal for this fight is to get energy charge and rage on Yuri, and then use the 5th key. The problem with this is the turn order has to line up so that you can actually have this happen, because there is one piece of the boss that can actually debuff everyone, which is the little pink gem thing. And the boss can also inflict status effects on you, like petrification, poison, ring statuses, which we have protection against. And he can do a lot of damage as well. But generally, if you can survive a wave of attacks and have everyone come out of it unscathed, you can do buffs and then use the 5th key and you're done.
I'm gonna rage as well, I'm gonna Gale as well, just in case. But luckily I didn't get a frenzied surge. I actually got an action space and then went first, so now I can just get my turns in.
Yeah.
This is pretty much done.
Gale is pretty good for this fight, because oftentimes the boss has very fast turns, so Yuri won't be able to do energy charge and then an attack directly afterwards. He'll have to wait, and then because he gets debuffed, it causes issues. So you pretty much always want Arc Gale to start with. And then you follow up with all your buffs that you need, and then kind of react to what the boss does and what turn order is.
Don't miss rings.
Missing rings is bad.
Missing rings is bad.
I've got a back rage, but I have gonna use Moon and Night as well. Unfortunately, I don't get the turn before frenzied surge. That's fine. That's fine. I can do this.
Ah, why? I'm not playing this game for fun. It's fine, it's fine. There is a lot of people.
Perfect. I got the
Oh,
perfect.
nice.
Yeah, cool. Done. 17k damage.
See, that's how the fight should go.
If you're good, LCC. If you're
Yeah,
good.
if you're good at the game, that's how the fight should go right there.
Cool.
Bam.
Just wait for the ending to roll out. So once the
Yeah.
credit starts hitting, swap. Also, fuck. I need
I
to
think
stop
what I should
talking.
do is I should quit now. I should quit now and then, give us a little free catch up.
I need to stop talking. Holy shit.
Tied. We only have one swear per game. Please.
Alright, I use mine. It's good. It's alright, I got this. I got this.
It's good that it ended this way.
So Ty picked up a 3rd key,
Makahara,
which is one of 2 3rd keys that you get in the entire game.
within the time.
They don't really give you a lot of overpowered stuff in this game for
Once
free.
you set foot here,
Yeah, they learned their mistake.
Yeah, they pretty much learned all the mistakes they made with the stuff in Part 2. Because Part 2 gives you keys everywhere, it gives you crazy good energy charge, fusions, and everything else. They tried to scale that back quite a bit.
as hard as you
You all
can.
look at us. So now they're like, no, we're gonna make things a little bit hard for
world
you.
want.
The enemies do more damage.
The world I want?
Yes. The best one you can imagine.
Both of the 3rd keys are pretty easy to get, though. They're
Yep.
right along the way. But you have to know that they're there, otherwise you'll skip them.
Turn.
Yeah, you'll end up just running right by him.
Because that 3rd key is just in a random corner.
Thank you.
And the other one,
The-
you have to do the torture scene properly.
By properly mean Mass X.
Yep, exactly.
Oh.
So, a big change and from the new world you'll notice is that instead of using 1 hit area, we're actually using 4 with a normal ring, not a technical ring. And there's very specific reasons as to why it's done differently in this game. For this boss right here, you want to get enough damage on the boss in such a way where you can kill it in enough turns that you don't run out of SP and the boss doesn't kill you.
If we really try.
In order to do that, if you actually switch it to like a 1-hit technical ring, you wouldn't get as much damage as 4-hit to normal ring would give you. And it's not actually that much of a difference, but it is enough to matter in this specific fight. Because you need the exact amount of damage that will allow you to win. And if you actually set her to more than that with technical, the hit areas become very small as far as the strike areas go. So there's a much higher potential to miss. And if you miss one at all, you miss the whole thing with technical.
This fight sucks, by the way. Like, it's one of the... It's actually a hard fight.
Yeah, this fight's really hard. As far as,
this is an easy one to game over on. A very easy one. A single crit from the boss or anything like that, or a single miss could spell the end of the fight.
And you want to manage your stock before the fight to have less than 100%, because if the boss goes first and you have 100% stock, it does a stock down attack, and that means you have none. And you need a certain amount of stock to actually finish the fight quickly, to actually do double attacks. A big mechanic with the one-on-one fights, you'll use it in other fights as well, is that you can actually attack, use a double, and then actually defend directly afterwards. What that actually does, depending on what the boss is doing, is it allows you to attack the boss, defend, and defend in this game is crazy good. It reduces by like 80-90% damage or something nutty like that. And if you do that sort of thing right before the boss is about to do a double attack, then you're forcing the boss into using a lot of attacks to push back its next turn, but you're not actually pushing back your own turn that much because the recharge rate and defend is so fast that it kind of works out that you're not really losing anything. All you're really losing is stock, but you're gaining all the benefits of the boss doing a lot of stuff that it's not really hurting you with. So that gets used in many different scenarios in the game.
Karen,
It's actually one of the most powerful things in this game, I'd say.
thank you.
I sure hope that's enough. It is, but yeah. So, anytime you finish this boss fight is usually in this condition. You usually have, like, no sanity left, and your HP is in, like, critical.
Right. It's
So,
always
if
the
you-
last turn that you finish them on.
Yeah. It is an extremely tight fight. Like, you need to have, like, about an
Sorry.
80% strike rate in that
I
fight.
can't keep
Again,
that
also part of
promise.
the reason why technical isn't the way to go. Because if you miss even one strike zone, it tends not to work in your favor, damage-wise. And you also have to be worried about stock, too. So if you fight that fight with only 3 hit zones instead of 4 hit zones, you don't generate as much stock because you're doing less damage. And if you have the incorrect amount of stock, you pretty much have to win the battle on your own.
Another
At what
thing
point
is
did you
that,
guys switch yours over? I think it was at the end of the scene, wasn't it?
Yeah.
yeah, once the
You guys
credits
did your
start,
swap?
then
Yeah.
you can cut stream.
Hmm?
I'm talking about Bowie. Like, once the credits start, Bowie has to cut the stream, and then you can start, essentially.
Yeah, then I can pull it up.
Yep.
I did want to start sooner, you know, cheat out a few minutes, but
It never would have noticed.
no one would
I
have
think
noticed.
LCC
at all.
was saying something else about that fight beforehand.
Just about stock in general. So, one
Yeah.
mechanic that isn't too obvious is that the less SP you have, the more stock you actually generate. In that fight, you fuse into Thunderbird, and whenever you're in that fusion, you drain more SP per turn. And as a result of that, the turn order and everything, the way it works out is that you get enough stock because you're losing SP faster. It's also better to be fused because you get obviously better stats. But that's also another mechanic that comes into play there, is that you actually get more SP, or less SP, and ends up with more stock. That's one of the reasons why you actually don't use seals that give you more SP later on in the game. Because on someone like Johnny, having him with less SP generates more stock for later fights. Because it's kind of a percentage based on like your max SP and how much you have left, sort of thing. So that's something that happens too. Alright, so we're going to switch over to From the New World on both streams. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
So I'm good to...
Covenant. Yep, you're good to go.
Oh shit, I forgot something in that menu. Also, I set my second curse word. I'm bad. Very bad.
Is it up, box, do you know, or LCZ?
Hmm?
Or I started trying to
You can start streaming to Hitbox on the second one.
Yeah, I just started. Should be. Or... Okay, yeah, there you go.
Past 4 in the morning for me, so I will head off the Discord. I'll be around in chat for a bit, but I'm gonna chill out and then head to bed because I've got.
Alright.
Take care, Bowie.
Thanks for running, dude.
Thanks for. Yep.
It's been really fun. I know obviously it wasn't the cleanest run, but they all can't be. I hope you enjoy the rest of it, guys. Thank you very much for watching, and thanks to RPG Limit Break again for hosting our community and getting it out there. So, cheers to Poexel and the guys at RPG Limit Break. Cheers, obviously, to the huge community of Shadowheart runners, and thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
God damn. I'm bad at this game, in case it wasn't clear. Just go slightly out of the way to do something else, and then completely forget my rhythm.
Freaking Hitbox. I had it for a second.
Actually, remember to do that menu. No, I used to have to do that menu normally.
Shh. I did the menu a little bit earlier than I was supposed to, when I'm used to. Oh god.
It says you're offline now.
Is I'm offline now?
That's what it says.
What is going on here? That's why is Hitbox just
Man.
should be back up now, at least.
Okay, it's doing something. All right, I think we're back.
Ow.
Okay, so here we are.
God damn it.
Off to the races.
Off to the races.
Yep.
So Todd's in kind of a precarious position as well. Looks like 2 of his guys are dead, and he had to use healing items, and he has tight ring on both of his guys, and he's being ganged up on by gangsters.
Check out a tight fast ring.
Oh, those things are amazing tight fast rings.
Those are the best, indeed. By the way, that's why you want to put the pocket watch on Shania, because she's arguably the most important person in this fight, because she can drain stock of Red Nova.
Yeah, ideally you get a turn with her early, and then you can actually do Red Nova and multiple enemies so they have no stock to actually combo to each other.
Yeah, I didn't get that opening, but I am able to combo into Tranq. So 2 rock bumps, they have like 100 AP each.
Oh yeah, that's good. Funny thing about these gangsters is that they actually wear colored shirts that match whatever element they're weak to. So one of them wears like a green shirt, so they're weak to earth. One wears a red shirt, they're weak to fire.
Never noticed that before, actually.
Already over?
Alright, check this out.
And I've been theorizing lately that you should actually use Technical Ring on Shania for this fight so she can actually do enough damage to kill things fast. I found a lot of times I'm like very, very close, but not quite there to actually killing things.
Yo, there's a cat in the background. Let's do this. Yo, thanks, Frank,
Don't
for
mess
missing.
with New York.
You are a bro.
Frank is the best.
Dude, Frank is the
God damn
man.
God damn it.
Frank is my favorite.
Alright, we did it.
He gets
I
like
also
a
made...
it's like
Yeah,
a
go ahead.
Marlin saber. He gets
Fireworks saber.
fireworks saber. Shish kebab saber. He gets the holy sword Excalibur. It's still in the stone.
It's
He
a
just
stone.
uses
With
the stone with it.
So I also made sure I revived Johnny because we don't do any extra fights when we don't have to, so experience is scarce. And at this point in the game, Johnny is still a little too important to let him die. So, need to make sure that he's alive, and that goes into my talisman count.
Wow, these groupings.
Yeah. Groupings are amazing, especially when they're random.
I've gone 1 hail dust in 4 battles.
Wow.
Anyways, we get the sap mini game here. So Johnny actually has a camera, which LCC talked about already. We're going to be using it to take pictures of a couple of targets to get some bonus prizes.
Probably the single most important thing in this game is enemy formations, as far as saving time. Because it's either you kill all the enemies in 1 turn with a single spell, or you spend 12 turns killing them all individually and waiting for them to take turns and healing yourself, and then... yeah, it's bad.
Hopefully not die in between. The not dying part is important too, by the way, because sometimes, especially later on, the enemies will have stock, and when they have stock, they will combo and double act and everything.
Yeah, basically anything you can do, the enemies can do as well in this game for comboing.
Yes.
And double actions. And double combo actions. Oh joy, double combo actions from enemies.
Yeah, the enemies hit pretty hard, especially the bosses. So giving them double acting and passive speed bonuses and whatnot turns the game into an entirely different story compared to
What the hell?
the challenge was not as high.
Hail Dust officially hardest ring in the game.
Yo, you want to stand right now?
Luckily, it doesn't matter.
I know.
You hit it or
Yeah, it
not.
doesn't matter at this point. So you actually want to hit it a bit early because you'll need to strike.
Yeah.
It's a good way to gauge how you're doing today, you know. Missing everything.
Perfect on the strikes if they were tech rings. Standard rings, nope.
Wrong direction. Feeling it missed a standard ring.
Looks like I'm the winner.
Alright. Now
Big
we
is the
have
time
to...
difference. Let's see. Tranq is coming up on first boss, which is like 8 minutes and some
8
Yeah,
minutes.
my timer's at 7:41 right now.
141. It's tight of a timer? Probably not.
I have a timer running on my end, says 51.
51.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I definitely lost time doing really dumb stuff. So, I mean, just from the opening Tranq already caught 2 minutes.
Like 40 some odd minutes. But we'll hope that it equalizes out by this game killing Tide over and over again, right?
Yeah. I don't think you have to hope for that. I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen.
Boss
But don't
dodge,
spoil
some
it for
big.
people because
Yeah.
it's much better to watch it on your own to see how amazing it is when you get one-shotted by everything. Well, not quite one-shotted, but one-rounded doubles and everything. It's pretty great. Anyways, we have to break into a prison now. So there is our cool cat, except he doesn't have shades.
First boss down at 8:40, so that was a pretty slow start.
Yeah, mine was like 9:19 or something. It was awful.
Ended with bad enemy formation. The boss also dodged one of my attacks.
Yeah, so when the boss dodges, you can't do the fast free round kill.
You had to basically take an extra turn to kill him.
Yeah.
Did I got that? Yeah, I did.
Alright, so ideally, if you get into Alcatraz, you want to finish this area by like under 1 hour, but that's actually really hard. I've done it once or twice. My PB,
Hard,
I
but
finished
not
this
hard.
area, and I don't know, it's hard enough for me. I've only done it twice. My PB in this area is 1 hour 14, I think, in my PB. But the lowest I've gotten is like a 58.
So much of it just depends on enemy formations and other little things.
Yeah, well, about that. So, I missed a strike on Johnny there, and if you miss the strike, you won't one-shot the guards. So I had to combo from Tranq just to kill them off before they moved out of formation.
It's kind of weird because the gangsters you fought in Chicago are actually much more dangerous than these guards are.
Yeah, these guards are kind of wussy.
Yeah, I don't really know what they were thinking, but these guards are really, really, really easy.
I like to think that those guards are Al Capone's elite crew, so that's why they're harder. Also, what am I doing? Oh my god.
I mean, the gangsters are Al Capone's elite.
So I just missed like a ring completely with a giant ass hit zone. Shameful display. And now this is a bad formation.
So, boss for this area is kind of neat too, because you have to manage your stock to manipulate the AI of the boss, because it will always attack at a character who has at least 100% stock. And you want to keep everyone's stock low so you can control who it targets. So you stack a couple things onto Shania to allow that to happen. So you give her spikes. And what spikes do in this game is it makes it so that if enemies hit you, it reduces your SP, but it will not reduce your stock at all, no matter what. So if they do a stock down attack, it won't actually affect you. That way, the boss will keep attacking Shania. And since she has the highest defense at this point, she'll be kind of tanky. And that way you'll be guaranteed to not lose stock on your characters. There's one bad thing that can happen is if you have no stock on anyone, it changes the boss's AI pattern, and then it can actually cast a multi-target seal attack, which reduces or removes your ability to actually use magic or any special skills. So because that fight requires you to use magic to buff your characters and heal, you don't want to have that removed from your arsenal. Mao has ice magic, which does quite a bit of damage. Johnny has healing magic and buffing magic. And depending on when it does that seal, it can be not too bad if it's later on, but if it's really early, it sucks. Another thing to note is that Natan and Mao actually have high affinity towards each other as well. So similar as before in the first fight, with Natan and Shania, those two can come towards each other, get a little bit of extra damage too. And Tranq's just doing the whole
Entered
underground
into
section.
Arkham Underground.
That's one of the more boring parts of the game for the school, because it's just walking around and talking to story triggers.
Prepare yourself and then receive.
And these tutorial fights are all kind of scripted in a way that they're always going to give the same turn order and the same formations and everything. So luckily for these ones, you can actually just do the same thing every time. So you don't really have to think about what you have to do, just do it.
Dust here because Johnny has a chance of missing with normal attack. Do not want that.
Yeah, magic can't miss, physicals can. That's a very important distinction. In this game, you actually use magic primarily, so your strats are fairly consistent in that way. Part 2, you always had a potential to miss with all of your attacks. Doesn't happen often in that game, but when it does, you lose like a full round. You have to rebuff everyone and do stuff. But this game, it's just you're in danger constantly, but you can't miss. So that's a bonus. Yeah, Shania is just a tribe member who confused for some reason. She's the princess.
Everything's better with princesses. So Johnny's confounded by another door.
This game is just a series of doors for Johnny to figure out how to open.
Yeah. I like to think that this is all a test that Lenny created. Just open
Johnny
doors.
had open doors.
Yeah.
Johnny, he should not pull every switch he sees.
Johnny already learned the power of math. It's time to teach him the next most important lesson in life.
Oh,
The
best
open doors.
Best mini game ever in this, the math game.
Math game. There's one in Covenant too, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, you do the same math in that game.
Yeah.
The Lenny side quest.
The best side quest.
What the hell? Who are you guys? Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna duck out for a little bit. I need to eat.
Alright.
But Discord doesn't like it when I go AFK, so try to keep an eye on it to make sure I don't go to another channel so they can actually hear you guys. I don't really know how to fix that otherwise.
I can see if we can get something else in here. Snowfire, you're still in chat in Twitch.
No, I mean, I'm the one streaming, so...
No, if LCC goes AFK, then all the audio gets cut.
Yeah, so it's just game feeds at that point. So it's more or less just, if I go to the other room, just move me back. So I might be gone for like a half hour or so.
Alright.
So yeah, just keep that in mind.
Terrible misses from Shania so far on rings.
Oh boy. What the hell?
A complete mismatch.
That feel when you forget how to do a puzzle in this game.
Oh, that's never fun. I has
The
missed.
puzzles are so easy too, and you're like, wait, what?
Right now, my Shania can't hit the brass out of a barn.
Alright, stuck. Okay.
Is not good.
So normally the dungeon requires you to go around, talk to people, figure out what the door combination for the breakers is to open the electric door. But since we already know what it is, we're not gonna bother. Stealth stabilization here.
Who are you guys?
And I have to remember if I need to figure out what I actually need to slot properly. Because I haven't done this in a while. Alright, let's proceed. So LCC already talked about its boss,
There
but
are
basically,
no prayers for the junkie.
you want to do a little bit of stock manipulation, so you're not stuck in a position where, get hit. But I'm a dummy, and I wasn't able to do that. So I'm kind of winging it.
Now hold on.
Ideally, you want to use physicals, but I don't have enough stock to use hard hit. And I want to trim stock, so I'm gonna go with Red Nova.
Yeah, this game involves a lot more saving than the previous ones.
Yeah, just a lot more areas where you need to be careful where you die.
So, misexecution on a ring or anything else like that can cost you your life.
Yes, quite.
Let's hurry and finish them off.
So ideally, I want to try and mix up using cure and items, because I need to be careful what my stock generation is. And if my stock generation goes too high, then that's not good.
That is a lot of saves there, Bowie.
Yo, nice double.
Too many saves.
Oh, nice. I killed him. I didn't realize that fight would be over so quickly, but got the 43% to rage and a lot of perfects, so if that happens, fights go quickly. Which is good, because you don't want these fights to take too long due to sanity issues. One of the few ways you can tell, especially if you've never played this game, is if you see any character closer, that's usually a sign that fight's taking too long. So there's some stuff in the plot here, but yeah, the supporting cast include Al Capone in this game, and the giant cat is apparently his right-hand man. That's why I refuse to believe that there's any reality other than Shadow Hearts. So we're on to the next area now that we've freed Al Capone from prison. We're ultimately trying to track down Gilbert, who's the guy in the beginning who assigned Johnny his detective assignment. So we're going to different places to try and track his trail now, because he's gone somewhere different. But first, let's go to Paramount Pictures, because Mal wants to make a movie. Yeah, so Mal wants to make a movie, but she needs to hire actors and everything. So this is the same thing as in part 2 with doing the side quests for different characters with different skills. And just like in the second game, we're probably not going to do anything. Because they all take a lot of time and they don't really add anything to what we need to complete.
Unfortunately, John lost on some experience.
Alright, so I'm at Roswell now. You might be familiar with this place if you watch Futurama. So there's a giant spaceship crashed in here. Last time we saw somebody with a spaceship, that guy was named Roger Bacon. So you know that he's gonna make an appearance in this game as well. He actually already did in the cutscene, we just skipped it. So, we walk towards the gate, but the guards are like, you can't get in, this is a restricted area. So the group wanders just outside of your shot, and then go, okay, how do we sneak in? But I got stuck on the butt sign. Excellent. So we find out that we can sneak into the place if we just hitch a ride on the back of the truck. Because the guards are lazy and they don't bother checking the back. So once you get into this dungeon, you actually can't leave it until you're done the area. That's why the game tells you, oh, once we sneak in, it might not be easy to get back out. But we're not going to worry about that, we're just going to sneak in. So, in we go. So now that we are actually in the base, we have to navigate our way. Figure out if Gilbert is around. But first, we're going to pick up this hidden chest behind the truck. It contains a stellar called Raise Up, which is basically your Life 1 spell. So that is important. Because we were saying beforehand, healing magic does generate stock. So you want to, sometimes you want to cast Raise Up. It also restores sanity on revival, by the way. So sometimes you'll want to cast Raise Up if you need the stock and you want the stand restored. But sometimes you'll want to use the Talisman instead. Because the Talisman gives you a turn economy, speeds up your next turn. So depending on the situation, you want to swap between using two. Oh yes, we get to name Roger Bacon here as well. So.
Just letting Tide cover up his stuff there. Lagging a little bit behind.
Yeah.
A little.
God damn it. Ah, no, no.
Oh.
Whatever. It's fine. That's bad. So, you don't want to get into an encounter in this area until you pick the Seal of Wisdom. Because ideally, you only get into one encounter. I got into an extra counter because I walked the wrong direction.
Oh, that's not good.
Because I'm smart in this game. Just been heading in the wrong direction several times. Rise up, indeed. Rise up.
That Tide did not pick up that's because I take a different ring he does at the end game.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm taking 3 hit areas, whereas he's only using 1.
We're using slightly different routes. Tranq doesn't have the, I guess, most up-to-date bat route, and he's not familiar with it. So he's just gonna go with what he knows, because in this game, using rings that you don't know is not a good idea, because, especially in the last battle, you miss a ring.
Especially on a blind ring.
Yeah.
That
If you
aren't...
miss it, it's like a death sentence. So, don't go for stuff that you haven't practiced it. So there's this password that we're supposed to walk around the entire base
Without viewing everything. Oh yeah, you're at Roswell there? Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Little gray men.
Similar to Thieves, and if you know the password, or the way the code's supposed to work, you don't do anything. Just do your thing, and you're done.
Because it does force you to actually view every single mural on the wall.
Yeah, you have to watch all the murals. They don't let you skip it for some reason.
That is, at least wandering up this way allows us to pocket watch. To be very important to have on Shania later on, just to avoid...
I didn't mention this before, but we can't buy pocket watches because the money's, especially with the early game, is just tighter, so you don't have the maneuverability to do that.
Yeah, that, and they're just so expensive. Or something along those lines. They're expensive to buy.
Yeah. And I'm doing the stellar stuff right now. This will all become clear later on. No pressure, no pressure. We're all in here for doing funsies.
Yep.
Swap the chart off with Naton as well.
The LCC.
Oh, you've really done it, haven't you?
God, I'm forgetting my old menus. That's how you know that you need practice. That should be correct. I say should because I don't remember exactly. We'll find out once I do the battle. Also, shit. I mean, poopy. You don't. Oh god.
And using area attacks into you, where it took out 2 of my characters.
Yeah.
Now it's just a normal encounter.
Alright! We'll have to fight this giant robot. So this giant robot's immune to physical attacks. So we have to use magical attacks in order to make this fight work. So as you can tell, it'll be an adventure.
Come on.
Oh my god. Very first in transferring and I miss it. God damn. That's how you know this is gonna be... This will be good. Yo, that pipe ring.
Yeah, I'm back.
Right?
Let's see, we got some good fights going on. Against the whack bot. I haven't really seen how the fight's gone, but it looks like you're doing fine.
Yo, he cheated! That asshole!
Transform here.
Ow! Ow! Insert that.
How do you cheat? I don't see it.
He did get the stock animation, and then he got a double. Ow. I did not deserve that. God damn it.
Too many misses.
By the way, you can only do 3 Thorn Whips, so it's important that Hilda doesn't cast Surge on herself. Somebody else needs to do it for her. Because if you cast Surge, you can't cast the 3rd Thorn Whip. And then
Either that or someone else uses the Mana Leaf on her.
Yeah.
Either way works.
But that's slower, I think. Never had good experiences using Mana on her. Anyways, that was pretty good. I hit all the strikes on the Thorn Whips, so it went down pretty cool. I was also lucky that the double didn't paralyze Hilda, because if that paralyzed Hilda, that fight would have taken a lot longer. execute paralysis. Also, in the old era, I used to keep Mao in that fight, but I rerouted it slightly so that we use Dayton now. So, Dayton's gonna be sticking with the party from here on out. And we can't drop Shania, because she still has a solo fight coming up. And she needs all the stats from the levels, as well as 2 seals, to ensure her survivability. So this cutscene is just explaining how Hilda gains her new attacks and abilities, which is she reads magazines, which were penned by Joachim. The game doesn't tell you that, but it's very, very... I want to say subtly hinted, but it's pretty obvious once you think about it that's written by him. You have Energy Charge, and you have Grand Slam. And like he mentions that he only wrote 6 magazines, and there's exactly 6 weekly arts. Anyways. Also, you might notice that I'm exiting to the right. The right is slightly faster than exiting to the left, so... And now we're in the Caribbean, even though we said we were going to Chichen Itza. Because that's where the Chichen Itza is located.
No, the pirates, man. They have a tendency to find you.
Yeah, those dang pirates. So, once again, we're just going to be picking top choices for the interrogation scene. So in this interrogation scene, depending on how you answer, you get different prizes just like all the other ones. But the prize in this case is a third key, which is very important because we mentioned earlier, you don't get a lot of the good items. They realize their mistake in part 2.
Oh yeah. Coincidentally, it's all the top options again. Exact same
it's
thing.
Always the top option. Which is a shame because again, some of the options that you can pick are pretty funny. Like if you put Maul into the interrogation, she can lie and pretend she's a cat. So one of the answers is just meow. And one of Johnny's answers, if he lies, is he claims he's Lenny. And then the next response, he can respond with Lenny told me to. So it looks like he's a schizophrenic. But we don't do any of that because we need to get the third key. And we pick Johnny instead of anybody else because he requires the least amount of inputs. Although I think with the fact that now that we know Energy Charge works on the final boss, that might free up the need for 30 here. You can do this as like a bonus thing if you really want to.
Well, I believe the other choice would be get an improved weapon for someone.
Yeah.
For
It's weird. I think it's like if you lie all the time, you just get like a hit expand. But if you tell the truth a little bit, and then some lies, then you get like an improved weapon of the character you selected for the interrogation.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but that's
Yeah.
probably about right. Middle option or something.
I think Nero like picks up a new weapon or something instead of a third key.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They got a weapon for Shania for the fight.
Yeah, because she has to do a solo fight here, which you can also die to, by the way. I hope you are all noticing a trend with this game. Just, if you're ever assuming can I die in this fight, the answer is always yes in this game. Alright, so we need to get some directions. So So we were originally on our way to Chichen Itza because we were following Gilbert. But now that we are here in the Caribbean, and we hear more about their stories, Shania is interested in visiting the temple. So we're not gonna leave immediately, even though they foolishly unlock our door. We're gonna try to explore the temple. So Johnny makes up some excuse for the guard, and like tells him, "Hey, we'll lie for you. Then that way you can go back to bed." He's like, "Okay, that sounds good to me." So these pirates are not exactly bright as much.
You notice Tranq's been using hard hit attacks, so in addition to just your normal attack, you also have hard hit attacks, ones that also hit them up in the air and down the ground. And the hard hit attack actually uses half a bar of stock, so 50%. But it will remove 100% stock from one of the enemies. So it's just used to manage the enemy's turns, so they don't get too many turns to kill you. The knock up and knockdown attacks are just for combo purposes, really. It's just to make sure they're on the ground, so your ground attack can hit them, and the same thing with the air attacks. So various spells have height restrictions, so they only hit air, only hit ground, or both. So sometimes you have to actually do a combo to hit certain enemies with those attacks. Covenant also had those same types of attacks, but they weren't really as useful, I guess. They're extremely specific in that game, because they were only used to knock enemies away from each other, so they couldn't combo.
Yeah, if you're actually interested in doing combos in Covenant, like, there's also weight classes and how far enemies fly back. It's actually pretty detailed. Luckily, we don't have to do any of that, because the fastest way is just to punch people in the face. But in this game, it's kind of a similar situation. We avoid having to do the knock-up or the knockdown attacks as much as we do. You have to use stock, but they're not very fast at all. So... Because the interesting thing about these games is that even though the spells are a stronger version of the spell, they tend not to be that much more powerful, so we can get away with using tier 1 and tier 2 spells for the entire game.
Alice Killer and like all the late fights, you never do change it.
Ah, why?
So it's nap time.
Nap time?
Nap time.
Nap.
Damn.
Also nap time.
So close.
Might as well.
So close to nap time.
It's another, 4 hours?
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah, it should be fine. Famous last words in this game.
Along with Ricardo.
So Johnny's expert use of language. All we had to do is to activate that spinny thingy. And then I like how Shania has to correct him.
Clearly, that's what's going on there.
Oh, right, you can get into encounters in this area. I almost forgot! Alright, we did it. We escaped. Uh-oh. Get up on the ladder, Johnny. Please. Alright, so now that we have the deck brush, we can use it as like a lever for the spinny thingy.
Rather than just jump across or do anything like that.
Yeah, jumping too hard.
We'll trust our lives to this upside down boat to bridge us across.
Hanging across a rickety boat. Really the best idea. Alright, climb up the ladder. Now we get to just a wheel. Really? Really? I see. I was gonna do something else, I think. Yeah. There we go. Why do I not have stock? God damn it.
Oh man, yeah, you get the person formation. So this fight, they can be all spread apart or together. Hilda's the only one that can actually one-shot them. So
why you do this to me, game?
unfortunate.
If on the first turn, yeah, they'll have all been dead.
Did you get a good form?
I got the perfect.
You got the three together?
Yeah.
Ouch.
It's fine. Just the hard way.
I'm not afraid of you.
Yo, Nathan only has 60 HP, no, 120 or something now. So it shows up at yellow. Luckily, we don't have to do any weird HP manipulation strats. Anyways, now that the spinny thingy is down, just walk across, go back to place we need to. Okay, this needs to be healed. Hey, alright. It's time to finish the Caribbean. Or as I like to call this place, it's the Team Aqua Gym.
This fight on Tide's End coming up. This first big example of poison being a thing. There's a couple bosses in this game that are actually weak to poison. Most are immune to it, but if you can actually inflict poison twice in this game, it will really increase its effect. So if you actually have it poisoned, it'll do 10% hit point damage for each tick of poison. But if you get the deadly poison off, then it does 1/3 of his life, which is putting you in a position where all you have to do is defend when you win, because the boss will kill itself. The problem with the poison is that it's random as to whether it actually hits. It's about a 1 in 5 chance or so. So hitting it twice usually doesn't happen.
It feels like a lot. Like it never hits.
Yeah, it doesn't hit. Just to assume it's not going to hit, usually. Or if it does, it'll be at the very end when you don't need it anymore.
Just makes the fight. But how many times you actually get a proc is so low.
Alright, let's do this.
I don't think I need that, but whatever. It usually helps this fight to actually count damage, so you know when to go in for the finisher. Also, if you do the finisher too early, you will probably kill yourself. Because the boss gets a double, and if he gets stuck, then he gets to act 3 times before he can do anything, and it's way too much damage. So counting damage for that battle can be very few cases. So I didn't get a single poison proc that fight, but it's fine. You go into that fight without anticipating poison kicking anyway. There's one boss later on coming up where even just hitting the regular poison is important. Because if you don't hit the regular poison, the boss has so much HP, and it's just a slog to chop all the HP down. Alright, so after we visit our shrine in the Caribbean, Mal gets a call from Al Capone saying that he's gonna go into Vegas to look for the guy in the rival gang family causing trouble. So, Mal, because she's the second in command, is like, I have to go back. And Donnie's like, well, we're friends, so we'll go with you. So, we're further postponing our trip to Chichen Itza. So this is kind of the part where the route diverges from the old route. The old route, we used to take Shania, so you used to grab stuff like Hawk Statue or buy different equipment to equip Shania, but since she doesn't have to fight or participate in any more battles, we are going to basically boot her from the party once we get Ricardo in.
The reason why she's not as good is because of her agility, mainly. And the fact that you can't equip sellers on her. So any magic is just from her fusions. Agility in this game is a huge thing, because any opening turn order so you can get extra turns on is very helpful. And your agility stat heavily influences that. And then any magic you can put on Naton to have kind of redundancy, like extra healing, or give him a buff that someone else might end up not needing because they'll be doing something else, that sort of thing. is pretty good, because mainly you just want to be buffing up Hilda anyways. So to have 3 people that can either buff or heal to give Hilda the best chance at winning is pretty nice.
Yeah, one of the big things is that in the normal game that you might like take advantage of Shania's arc buffs, because it powers up your entire party, but the problem with that is all the good damage multiplier accessories there's only usually one of, so you're better off stacking it than trying to spread it around. So when you start stacking it, you only need to buff one person, so the arc buffs stop mattering.
Okay. As long as I escape, I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna do any additional stellars at this point.
Let's do this.
Vegas is very much the old adage of formations make you lose time, I guess. So every fight in this place is just a random encounter that's mandatory. So there's gangster fights, there's multiple that you have to go through. And they can either be packed together, spread apart, you name it, and it's completely random. So this is one of the biggest sections where you actually can gain a ton of time or lose a ton of time just based on what formations you get. And it's honestly really dumb because you can get really good luck sometimes and just save 5 minutes.
Shit, I did the wrong thing. I wasn't supposed to do that. But since I did, actually, can I target someone else? No. For some reason I can target someone else if I use snap, so I'm gonna do that. And yeah, we need to take pictures of gangsters. So we're doing that, even though it's kind of dumb to do it at this point, but I didn't want the combo. I thought it was gonna kill, and when it doesn't kill, then I can't pass my turn freely to any other person. So that was the unfortunate bit. Also, he died from poison. God damn it. Ow. Fickle Ring.
That wasn't too bad, at least.
Bad.
Hilda died. Don't let her die.
Yeah. Hilda died. Probably didn't need to wait for that to be a strike. It's fine. Whatever.
Alright.
That was not a good fight. I kind of had to improv, and I was pretty sketchy decisions towards used to the fact that I think with a couple of levels, I starts one-shotting the dudes. So I got the combo off early when I didn't need a combo, so then messed things up. So my original plan was to kill the Din guy, combo the Hilda, take out the brain, and then the last guy can do whatever. Because one gangster by himself is not threatening. Alright. So you pass through the shop on the way back out, so if you missed grabbing something, this is your last chance of grabbing it before the gauntlet of multiple times you can do up the hotel. Because once you go up, you don't come back down to restock or anything.
Yeah, there's nothing really in the hotel other than on the ground floor as far as shopping, healing goes. So
yeah.
you just it's kind of slow to come back down. It really is. There is stuff you can come back down for because you can actually upgrade Ricardo Stellars, but it's just the amount of time it takes to go down is bad.
These gangsters can kill you too, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I feel like a broken record. Because I have to say, this fight can kill you. This fight can also kill you.
Gangsters usually won't kill you. Usually. Like the very first couple might, but after that you gain a couple levels.
Yeah, and then Ricardo gets his thing. He has level 2s, and the level 2s are strong enough to take those guys out. Sure. Also, as you can see, those strike zones, I've been playing with those for like an hour now, but you can see that they're much tighter. God damn it. Stop dying on me, please. That was not bad, other than Hilda dying. Or sorry, not Hilda, Johnny. Fuck my life.
At this rate.
Why you do this to me? Yo, not perfect on the fickle ring.
Wow. Pickle ring completely randomly changes how your dial moves. It'll just speed up and slow down randomly. Yeah. So getting any kind of consistency is impossible.
Getting a perfect on that is like ridiculously dumb. It's great. Alright. Oh, that formation. Alright, I'm done taking photos for now. We'll be taking more photos in the next dungeon. Smile and say cheese! Yo, that dodge.
Apparently Tranq's asleep at the wheel. Okay, there he goes.
Dang. Missed the strike there. It should still be enough. Because, yeah. Dayton hit the command.
Aside from the gangsters in the Vegas area, the boss is going to be the first one to involve doing crazy magic damage, I think. Which is like, not, well, I mean, you did it to, or not Alcatraz, but, Roswell. But this is kind of where you start actually using the Stellars. And, pretty much just do a lot of damage and you win. Not really much else to it. Just do damage, heal when you need to. But the problem comes down to if you can actually hit your strikes or not. If you can't, then you have to do a lot of extra turns, which kind of sucks. But because you get tier 2 magic from Ricardo, you kind of switch that over to Hilda, so Hilda has powerful fire magic to exploit the weakness of the boss.
Shit. Wrong swap. He's supposed to go to Sagittarius. I knew something didn't look right. Wait. Oh shit, I fucked up my stellars. I'm gonna wing it. Let's see. And yeah, I haven't done this menu quite a while, so excuse me for being slow. Should be correct. If I'm not, we'll find out soon enough. And it'll be an adventure, I guarantee you. Oh yeah, this encounter is also mandatory. I'm gonna swap him over to a tech ring as well. Yo, that crit. Ow.
One thing about Vegas too is you gotta manage your MP. So you get, because you get tier 2 magic, your MP costs go up. And so many fights in here that if you get a little too crazy with it, you can actually run out of MP if you're not careful. Most of the time you're fine, because you do get mana leaves to use.
Yeah. So saving those mana leaves in the beginning for... Because earlier I mentioned that I wasn't going to blow them on Naton for the slug shells. They're useful for here to make MP restoration a bit better. It's also why I bought the extra mana seeds. I know that LCC does not do that, and neither does Tranq. But having those mana seeds just makes it such that you're a little more lenient your MP usage. And of course, if you fight the boss, because getting the extra upgrade on your crest, or not crest, your stellars requires more money. You have to sell the silver bracelet. So in this particular case, I have the silver bracelet with me, so I'll have one person protected against mental breakdown, which is basically MP poison. And in that fight, because it does take a while, if you get hit with MP poison really early, it's bad. Especially if you don't have a lot of mana restoring items left.
It's very much that, yeah. It's kind of a crapshoot where if you get hit by it early, then you just simply do not have enough MP to win the fight, unless you have MP restore items.
God damn it. That's like the perfect formation, and then Hilda goes and dies. Why? Tell this game. This game doesn't like me today. Here you go.
One thing is that when characters actually die in these games, they actually retain their turn order. So if they get their turn while they're dead, it will push it back again, which is good and bad in some cases, because if they're not getting their turn, and then someone who's alive gets theirs right before they would, they can revive them and they give them their turn to do something with.
Yeah, you can effectively sandbag in this game because of that. It's actually kind of neat. It makes dying less concern.
If it was a situation where they started with, like if you just had to build up a full turn off of a death, then this game would be almost impossible in some cases.
Yeah. Should be fine. I believe. God damn it. So this is also where hitting strikes is helpful, because then you can save animations, save MP, which also saves manually. So there's lots of little technical bits you can improve on in here. Getting a really good Vegas is hard because it requires not only good formation, but you have to also play the hand you're dealt with properly. But I think like a good time for Vegas is basically like a sub 2 time. So I've done it before, and in both our PBs, mine and LCC's, we finish Vegas in like 155-ish.
Something like that, yeah. That's pretty much what you want.
Also, watch out for those enemies who stalk, by the way, because this is the stuff that they can begin doing. Not exactly very fun.
Well, Revern, we're looking at total time for all 3 games. So Shadow Hearts 1 and 2 have been finished, completed. Then this game is about an hour and a half to 2 hours in at the moment.
Also, it's important to remember where to go while you're in Vegas, because there's several other doors you could potentially go to or areas you can visit, and there are fights in those areas. So if you go to the wrong area, you have to do the fight anyway. So don't do that.
And we got 2 teams that are run. I'll let you know who was running on each team. No, that's cool. It's not that obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, there are speedruns out there that do take 15 hours, but 3 games that are all like 4 to 6 hours. Kind of what we're looking at.
This game is not one of those games that takes that long to finish. Yo, that's sick enemy dodge. I have 2 attack zones there.
So Tranq side, we're looking at a nice double surge and trance. It's somewhat hard to ring to do.
Yeah, because the hit zones of the rings, when you do it double, they are averaged together. So it ends up creating a smaller hit zone.
This turn order worked out fairly well for him too, because Shania is in a good position to actually remove stock from the boss, which is what you want to avoid having the boss do too, because if he does a double attack, then it does a lot of damage, and it also follows up with the Big Bang, which can paralyze. So if he doesn't have stock, it'll never be able to paralyze you, so that's what you're really trying to avoid.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Your mic got kind of cut there.
One thing I've noticed well is that if you do more damage to a boss, then it will give it more stock as a result. So when you look at a boss's stock meter, you'll see it has like half a bar full. And then if you do a high damaging attack to it, that could potentially fill up to give him a full bar almost.
No, that wasn't perfect.
You have to be really on the ball with figuring out what your turn order is, how much stock the boss has, how to avoid it using stock, that sort of thing.
Here we go.
In some cases, having stock on the boss is actually good because it can do a double attack, kill one person, then its turn is set back so far because it had to deal with the penalty of doing a double attack. Because double attacks just set you back more than 2 turns would. It's because of that penalty.
Pretty good. Have fun. I'll tie you up nice and tight.
That will save money, at least in this.
Were all my friends at
Ah, yes. So if you do a lot of the fights in this game within a certain number of turns, you actually get battle bonuses, which give you items that can save you money. So that fight he did, you get a silk Sambo thing, which helps saving money on armor, because it lets you whip it on someone without having to buy another one. So money route in this is kind of based on not getting much, but adding anything like that on just makes it easier, so you don't have to sell as much or do as much to make up for extra items you might have to buy, whatever.
Shania's weapons. A few of the bosses will drop later on if you get % perfect rings. So I know La Serene, you get a weapon for Shania with 100% perfect. So that can definitely save you money this row because you can sell it. Given fact,
Yeah. For sure.
Damn it.
But unlike Covenant in this game, if you actually miss a buff, like you get 30% instead of the 43%, you can actually rebuff the same character to give them a higher amount if you want to.
No! Why? That's only like 380 damage. Actually, it's even less. Perfect. That's what we needed.
now I'll conduct an interrogation.
Comparing the damage, yeah, like doing a strike on Surge and Trance and the magic spell itself will do like 500 some odd damage to this boss, I think.
Yeah.
But if you're hitting regular, like normal, and you don't actually hit all the strikes, you're doing like 300, 350.
Wait a minute. An interrogation.
It matters a lot.
This is a very traditional way.
Yeah, no miss rings.
Yeah, it
You miss
matters.
rings, bad.
Like managing MP, managing turns, damage that you take.
Alright, that's what you get. Do it! Do it!
Because if the faster you kill the boss, the
Let's do something more interesting.
less it'll actually do to you. It takes less
I'll
turns.
ask your name. You'll answer truthfully? Ooh, more honest than I...
You don't have to look for challenges in something like
Ah, why?
Okay,
This is not a good day.
next question. You don't appear to be lying. Perhaps you're an expert at...
aren't you suspicious?
So are you going full bat?
I might.
Is the plan?
Thinking about it. Definitely thinking about it.
Let's finish this off.
Which will be fine, because I don't think anybody knows how it works. Myself
Uh,
included.
Never go full bat,
Don't be-
dude.
There'll be some amazing improv, I tell you.
I think when we first introduced Energy Tart, I started playing it and I didn't get very far with actually
Or not.
routing that.
I think I know approximately what I have to do. It's just, yeah,
This is the last one.
doing the entire thing for it. Requires a lot of,
You're really
mishmashing.
enough. That's enough. If you get hungry,
I survived, I guess.
He just lifts it up and just takes it off to the side.
Yeah, that's how you escape prison. You just pick up the door.
Oh, what? Really? That's not good.
Early game.
Oh my god, I'm missing all these strikes. Yo, I double. An interesting quirk about this boss, by the way, is that it doesn't use a stock until it reaches 200%. And Johnny has no stock. Shit. Alright, I'm gonna gamble.
Has no life, just Just hit it.
There we go. I don't know. I thought about that the last time when I was fighting Lenny and she survived by like this sliver of HP. Luckily, I didn't bet at all because if I did, then I definitely would have lost. But anyways, we're done finally. That was a bad fight. I missed like 3 strikes on the red bounce, so that's like 200 damage each time. So now we are on our way to finally we're actually going to head into Chichen Itza, believe it or not. After all that, we're finally going to get to the location we're supposed to go like 2 dungeons ago.
Could you imagine if there was a sequence break where you could actually go to Chichen Itza instead of going through everything?
It would be amazing until you get to the boss, because then it'll probably one-shot you.
You could probably grind on the enemies.
Unless you poison it immediately. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if you poison it twice and then just defend your way to victory, that would work.
Yeah. Just, get the godluck after the sequence break. God damn it. Shh, I know.
I have 3 more than I thought.
So, now that we're in a new dungeon, we have to take more photos. This time we're taking photos of the little smidge, like tiny midget enemy, and we need 3 of those. So, when you're taking these photos, ideally you want to be an opportunist, which means that you want to take photos with the turn order you're given, ideally before the enemies can act, and hopefully you can run away immediately. But there's also a slim chance that you can get to the end of the dungeon and not have all photos. In which case, the ideal strategy is to force an encounter and take all 3 photos in the same battle. So that you don't have to look for another encounter.
Pretty unlikely to happen, though.
Yeah. Slim chance.
And it's good that you don't have to actually win the fight to get the snap cards. You can just run away.
Yeah. So, you really want to be on the lookout for encounter formations here. The other thing that we will be doing in the encounter is that there's a seal speed in this dungeon. So we already talked about this several times, but the seals are important. There's no way to boost agility. First turn speed in encounters is especially important. So if you don't have those, it's gonna suck. Also, as you can see, the surround is gonna be amazing. Bye, Johnny. God damn it. Alright, we luckily ran away.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't get to run away and
Then you die. And that's your run.
Deal with it. There's also a stellar here, the Evil Shade Stellar. We are going to need that for several bosses. So make sure to grab it. Also, that would be an example of obviously an encounter you don't want to stay around for. So even though there were the enemies that I wanted to take photos of, it's really bad, so you want to run.
That section to the right is definitely out of the way. I mean, you have to go over there and grab those two things, but those are both very good things to have. You could skip them both if you really wanted to, but you'd have to pray for poison on this boss because Evil Eye doesn't do nearly as much. Because Evil Shade, the two great things about it is that it actually reduces stock as a magic spell, as well as being a tier 2 spell, so it does more damage. And then having a Dark Elemental, it's good for this boss because it's light.
I didn't take that encounter there because the enemies had stock, so I was worried what would happen if Johnny wouldn't be able to escape.
Let's go.
So this one I will take though. God damn it. +2 only.
Pretty girls, have fun. I'll tie you up nice.
Johnny as a character has the highest agility too, so stacking agility on your best agility character is pretty nice too.
Yeah.
Since you're always under level in this game, and agility affects your opening turn order and your ability to run away. So having Johnny getting all the agility is really good to have.
Yeah, it can't be overstated how important restraint speed is for fights. Like, it's a difference between being able to set up like the perfect perfect opener, or like preventing yourself from taking a ton of damage and saving a lot of time, because if you start having people dropping, you have to rebuild stuff, and that can take a lot of time by itself. So even though the statistical difference between Nathan and Shania is only about 3%, that 3% matters a lot, which is why doing the switch from Nathan to Shania isn't as insane as you would think. Oh, get preemptive. So this is also, of course, a excellent opportunity to take photos.
Wow. I'm gonna be AFK for a bit again. Be back.
Alright. Not a problem.
See if poison will.
Should get poison to kick in.
I'm hoping to get poison to kick in.
Hoping to get poison to kick in. Alright, good. Now we just need to run away with our lives.
Rather the fight that you're about to do.
We did it. We did it.
Okay.
Alright. So you need to grab these skulls to open the door to the next area. It's the whole point of doing these puzzles. Also, now that I have all the photos I need, just run away, and then we'll use seal. There's an arc shield in this chest, so the arc spells are basically an all-target target, and those spells will come in handy. Now I have to do a menu. Let's see if I remember what to do.
That was close.
This could be said about every fight you would get in this area, in general.
He activated his Arc Barrier and then jumped his own turn forward. His next.
Yeah. That boss does that. I believe that's a limit move, but don't hold me on it. Like, he has to lose a certain amount of HP before it does that.
Yeah.
This is what all those spell upgrades were for earlier. Allows us to fit all the spells into Ricardo's chart without having us to do anything major. I wasn't afraid I'm gonna miss something here because I haven't done this game in a while. So it's less muscle memory for me and I actually have to pay attention. Alright.
Yeah.
Skip that boss fight shot.
The feeling when you activate double just to be completely sure whether you're going to kill it or not.
Yeah, that's why I said counting HP in that fight is really useful. Because if you go in on the finisher and you miss, you will probably die. Like, there's a really high chance that you will die. Don't kill on the double. It's very dangerous. It saves time though, you can time the double kill properly.
But yeah, no, I ended the fight with 2 hit points remaining, which needless to say says how close that fight can be cut.
Well then, that's not good. Different.
So. Section now.
God damn it.
I wish I could pick up and sell the Hawk statue. That would be She doesn't need them.
Yeah, that is, again, I feel like a broken record because I've said that so many times, but it's true. Like, if you ever have to ask yourself in this game, is there a chance for me to die? The answer is always yes. Okay. Oh shit, you know what? I fucked up. Gotta do something. Soft reset. Forgot that I had to move and trans over to the right stellar, so... I mean, I could still keep fighting that battle, but not having a trance means I rely 100% on poison. And we already talked about how that's not a very good idea. So let's not do that.
That's a double in trance. You left it on Virgo, right?
Yeah, I did. So it's actually on the same person, so I can't even try to manipulate my strategy that way. Great. Again, this is me not playing a game for a month. Forget everything about it. It's alright though, I can still kind of hit rings. You need to know. Perfect play or no play, exactly. I don't think this game requires perfect play, but it requires you to be on point, for sure. Also, that was a bad opening anyway, so we were below. Yo, sick. Get another bad opening. Rip Johnny. These openings, man. They're pretty garbage. There we go.
go.
Bad. By the way, not hitting the strike on your cures later on gets costly. Right now, you can still sort of get away with it, but it gets really bad later on. Also, this seal from the boss is once per battle. God damn it. Really? Of course had to hit, Johnny. Why wouldn't it? Like, the one person I wanted to not hit, and it's...
Make sure to watch the next episode of...
It doesn't mean everything in this game.
Ow. Ow. Shit. That's bad. That's also bad. Different reasons.
I'm afraid of you. Ah!
Hip-hop, take this!
Okay, look over here. Smile and say cheese.
Can't take anymore! Hip-hop, take this!
I'm not afraid of you. Ah!
Hip-hop, take this!
Okay, look over here. Smile and say cheese.
Hip-hop, take this!
In battle, the ones who are defeated.
Not sure if doing that helps, maybe. Alright. So now we got our lead on where Gilbert and company have left, so we're going to go there. Have level 15 Johnny. This is going to be amazing.
Her voice are probably back. Pop back over to this channel.
Let's see. Check mines out.
After all your kiss of
It's warning device. So once you get to South America, it's about half the game. So we have about like another half game left at this point. Second half is actually a little bit shorter. But yeah, we're almost near the end. Not quite yet though.
Stay tuned for the next
Still several dungeons left to go. God damn it. Alright, so the gimmick of this entire dungeon is that when you flip one of the switches, the corresponding two colored switch doors will open, and then all the other doors will close. So there's a very specific pattern in which you open these doors to get to the next area as quickly as we can. It'd be nice if I can actually hit the right option.
Just look at that. Save some MP on Hilda.
So yeah, doing this opens the door, and for the most part, we don't need to really do anything. There's actually a second copy of Entrance down the far right, but that requires you to swap the doors, and you have to change the doors again. You have to walk all the way there, run away from any encounters you get into. So generally speaking, it tends not to be worth the extra trip that you have to do. So we don't bother grabbing that second copy. But it's there if you're wondering. We have considered it. So that's an example of a really bad turn order, because all the enemies are stocked, and the only person who's going versus Johnny. Again, this is why first trigger speed really matters. Even if it's only by a difference of like 3%. So in order to get to the next area, we have to flip switches within the Machu Picchu ruins. Then we have to head back outside and go the other direction in order to go further in. So we're gonna head all the way over here and we're gonna flip the yellow switch. Then we're gonna go all the way back, flip the purple switch, which opens another door. But it will let us go outside with these switches flipped, which allows us to open the series of doors in the next dungeon. Or no, sorry, not next dungeon, but next area. Which conveniently leads back into this room, so.
I'm not afraid of you.
Alright, we made another run escape. So now we have to head back outside. And I normally don't do this, but I'm gonna use that save point again, just so we have to flip those switches. While you're out here, you can't get into the encounter, which is nice. But I'm a little scared about how I'm gonna handle the boss fight. Because Johnny's in danger of potentially getting one-shotted. Which helps nobody, by the way. That fight's really dangerous.
Just as rocks become sand.
So
Double combos you. Yeah.
we have to do a bunch of extra flame switches in the next area. And all it really is if you flip the switch of the corresponding color, then all the switches, all the fires of the same switch will shut down. Also, these enemies can instant death you, by the way. Alright, so we have that door, but we can finally proceed. It's gonna lead us to a bunch of torches in the switch room that I was talking about.
I'll take you out.
God damn it, that's bad. So we're gonna go around the corner here. We're gonna pick up the small drug item. So we talked about this a little bit for Shadow Hearts, but you do the same thing in all three games. Basically, it doubles your sanity cost per turn, but it increases your stats by quite a bit. So you do more damage, you take less damage, but and spend less time in battle. And now we're gonna move on to this area with the fire torches. God damn it. So Johnny puts on his Professor Farnsworth hat and figures out that fire is indeed hot.
Wait, what? Fire's hot.
Fire is hot. Fessy will help. Ooh, fire indeed hot. I believe these are... Is the Machu Picchu Aztec or is it Mayan? I think it's Aztec. It's located in Mexico, right? Anyways, Machu Picchu is also a real-life location. Those of you that are wondering. God damn it. I moved too close to the other side, so Johnny was like, "Oh my god, this fire is hot!" Yes, Johnny, fire is hot. Thank you for telling us. So we grabbed that other chest that has a Gale Crest, not Gale Crest, Gale Blast Stellar. So aside from being a tier 2 magic, one nice thing about Gale Blast is that it doesn't really care about hit zones. Which means that you can use it against enemies regardless of their positioning. Ow.
Hang in there.
I don't normally make the save, but because it is possible to die in the upcoming forced encounter, and I really don't want to flip the fly switches around, I'm gonna make that save.
Hip-hop, take this! Hip-hop, take this!
So, with the Magic Mind's Eye, Hilda is able to kind of hit those enemies without trouble. And she'll one-shot them as long as you actually hit the ring.
Hip-hop, take this!
So, I got a pretty decent turn order, which is good. Because now I have to deal with some annoying Asperge. Please. Have radius. So I don't necessarily need to revive Johnny, and I really don't want to lose any more experience points, because Johnny's not in good position right now. He's already lost a ton of experience. I also want to keep stock usage to a minimum in these fights, because the boss fight requires me to have stock. Or at least I want stock. Alright. So Johnny will be 16, not 15, which is good. He should be 18, ideally. He isn't. Because I died, like an idiot. So you get a free menu there. Normally you're supposed to meet your party because Shania's gone, but we're not using Shania anyway, so all we have to do is just either slot new equips or do other things, basically. It's bad. I'm not gonna kill a single one though.
So that was why you saw me in trance, Nathan, and a comma from Nathan over to Ricardo. Completely ignoring Hilda that time around because she had no more MP left to use.
Also, if I missed that ring, I probably would be dead. Again, there's certain rings in this game that you are not allowed to miss. If you miss them, you will pay for it.
I'm gonna.
Why do we not use combo magic? We do not use combo magic because usually you want, like, you only have one set of good spellcasting accessories, and the ring is complicated. You don't necessarily need it, and it requires a ton of stock because you have to pass turns between multiple people. So it's not very practical that you can necessarily set it up all the time. So we don't. It's not incorporated for that reason. Yo, nice instant death. God damn. Well, at least we ran. So basically, in order to use it properly, you not only have to align your turn order in such a way that would let you do the combo magic, but you also have to have all the stock necessary to do it. So it's just not very practical. Well, the good news is I have a ton of stock for the boss fight. The bad news is Johnny is down 2 levels, so that's going to impact things. So this next fight is Richard.jpg because he likes to cast poison. In fact, his first 3 actions will always be Gale, Poison, and Poison. Sometimes in different order, but he will always do that first. So, in order to do this fight properly, basically we have to get 2 entrance combos onto Hilda and drop him really quick. Because if we don't drop him really quick, bad things will happen.
What's your favorite rhythm?
I have all these extra turns that I don't need. Nothing. This is not a very good turn either, so I'm just gonna try to manipulate it. So you see me do that with the seals. That's done on purpose. Yo, the dance game emote. So by doing this, so I have to focus on the ring, so I'll get back to you regarding that. Excellent, okay. So if you get 2 entranced surge combos off, kill the boss off in basically 2 rounding him. So here he goes, the poison man, and he also already galed himself. So now I have to get a turn back to Hilda. And whether or not Ricardo gets strike or anything does not matter. All that's important is that you can pass the turn back to Johnny to entrance Hilda. And if you don't have 200%, you'll kind of have to improvise. Because Johnny will not have to stock for it. There is actually an even faster way of doing this that allows Hilda to one-shot the boss, but it's really, really tricky because the ring is in such an awkward position. Yeah, so if you hit the entrance strikes, you don't really need the second one to be a strike, and then you drop him before he does anything else. Because if you let him do anything else after he finishes casting his poison crap, he deals a lot of damage. You do not want to be in there for the aftermath because it's not pretty.
Smile and say cheese.
So Shania faints, and a bunch of stuff happens. Basically, Gilbert is going around with Lady and Killer. Yes, very descriptive names. To activate these pillars that will further release more malice into the world. And Gilbert is a mad scientist, which is why he's doing all this, really. And Shania foolishly tried to challenge them on her own, and then she got knocked away and fainted, so we had to go help her. That's the extent of what happened. There's a bunch of cutscenes here, and all that really happens is you find out that, oh, well, going to these ruins to activate these 3 switches, and the woman of this village, who's like a shaman, basically says, well, there's one more they haven't activated, so that's kind of where you're going next. So Alright. Let's talk this guy. Get some stellars working. So I'm gonna up the effectiveness of the water stellar, the hail dust here, by 20%, and I'm also gonna do an extra upgrade to the wind stellar, as well as the fire one, and I'm also gonna upgrade the effectiveness of this. For now, we'll finish completing the upgrade when we have more money.
Come on. Yeah. Okay, look over here. Smile and say cheese.
Alright. Okay, Johnny's only down 1 level. Done. So, we do all that. That sets things up for the next area. Also, speaking of the next area, I should probably take a look at a stock situation. Alright. Hilda has 100%, Nathan's in a slightly better position, so get the spikes to him. So we talked about the spikes earlier. When you have it equipped, it prevents any damage to your stock gauge. A lot of the enemies in dungeons really like to hit your stock, which, in case you haven't found out yet, if you have stock, it makes bosses a lot easier because you have a lot more options in what you want to do, whether it's to pass turns or to double act. But if you don't have stock, you're kind of limited on what you can do, and things get tougher, so you want to have stock generally. Especially for this Xbox, because if you have a lot of stock, you can kind of circumvent one of the nasty things that they put in for the next boss encounter.
Smile and say cheese.
But if you don't have stock, you kind of have to swing it, hope that you don't get screwed over. Look at stock options. When did this turn into a finance course? I just want to play my Shadow Hearts game. So yeah, we're in like the middle of a volcano right now. The gimmick in this dungeon is that there are these switches that power up this Geeks and Pie elevator. In order to activate the elevator, you have to activate all 4 switches. But I don't want to make finance puns, Grefter. I already live a life where I have to deal with finance all the time. Why do I want to make finance puns? So one of the things about the boss in this area, he's a really, really nasty boss. So all the buffing strategies you've been seeing us do right now, well, the game decided to throw a wrench into things. And it made it such that this next boss comes with a support character, or support enemy. And that support enemy, anytime you cast a buff on yourself, he will automatically counter with a counter buff on himself as well as the killer. And depending on the buff that he uses, it can potentially be extremely fatal. So the worst thing he can do is he will counter with Arc Rage, because if he counters with Arc Rage, what happens is it turns his damage as well as killer's damage into 1-hit KO tier. So if they attack you with a physical at all, then your guys just start dropping, and both of them have the passive bonus of boss recharge rates, which means that if you run into a situation where he casts Arc Rage, you either have to kill them by the second turn, or your chances are you're probably gonna die. Because giving both targets 1-hit KO damage is not a good idea. And again, this is one of those cases where you can't afford to miss a ring. If you miss a ring, you die if that happens. The other counters that he can use are like that are pretty bad. Arc Gale is also bad because it speeds up both of their turns, and they already have that bonus recharge rate. So it makes them even faster, and they can sometimes lap you, which is really awful. You don't want to see it. Arc barrier can also be bad. So Killer's physical has a 50. He has 2 physical types. He has 1 physical that lowers your physical attack power, and 1 physical that lowers your special attack power. So we're gonna nuke him with ice magic. So if he uses the special attack down, and then he counters the arc barrier, or counters the arc barrier, your hail dust, even if you hit all the strikes on everything, is only gonna do like 500 damage. So it barely scratch him. So that's also bad, but that only has a 2% chance of happening. So
I'm back.
Oh, hooray! You can talk more about why the Killer and Daro's fight is awful.
It's you know.
That counter buffing. Get wrecked.
Yeah, it's pretty much set up in a way that if you cast a buff on yourself, then Daros automatically interrupts you and buffs itself.
Yeah.
And then gives itself meter as well.
Killer. There's a bunch of bad things that happens, basically. So you want to minimize the amount of times you have to cast a buff on yourself. Which is why stock is important, because it lets us do a nice little maneuver around it. But you can only do it if you have stock to play with. If you don't have stock to play with, you can't do it, unfortunately. So yeah, so Arc Rage is the worst thing you can do, followed by Arc Gale, and then Arc Barrier, depending on the situation. The other Arc spells are not too bad. Arc Shield's not too bad, because you don't really use physicals to try to kill him. And Arc Mirage, which is the evasion, is also not too bad. Again, because we don't really use physicals. So, one of the other ways that fight gets really bad is that...
Tranq got the deadly poison.
Oh, sick. It's gonna get like 10 minutes on me. Because I didn't land a deadly
Let's see who dies in this fight, though. Because I'm hurting pretty badly for health.
As long as you pass the arc. God damn it. 2 steps after the cutscene. Alright. Can't escape.
I'm gonna kill Nathan and take away your stock. A jerk.
Man.
Ow. God damn it. We're gonna die now? We might die.
I'm hoping.
SP lowering by Johnny.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I got through.
Yeah, we might die. Legit, we might die. God
Don't die.
Look! I don't
30 or 40 times.
We now find ourselves in Rio de Janeiro.
It's like 4 or 5 run failures. Oh my god, what? What happened? Why did
Memory
I
cursor?
Ah, what?
Oh, you got owned by a memory cursor.
We ran away. It's the only thing that matters. Carter lost stock, that's bad, but Nathan still has his. We ran away.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that matters.
Looks like you tried to run away already, and then you were already on run. Then you tried to press up, and then went to defend.
I'm so glad I saved right away. Because this is the type of thing that will give me a heart attack in an actual run. Like, not saving 2 hours into a run, it's like, oh god, what did I just do? Anyways, back on the topic of the boss battle. One of the other bad things about him counter buffing is that the buff overrides any recharge time he previously had. So if he did a double beforehand and you cast a buff, it overrides the lag on the double turn and replaces it with the recovery time on the buff. And since the buff has a really fast recharge time, yeah, it lets him do some really nasty things with turn order. So it's pretty dangerous. Also, LCC, do you want to talk about Hilda's different forms? Because we've been picking up some of the Fruity Fibers, Angel Sufals, but haven't really touched them.
Absolutely. Hilda is quite the character. She has 3 main forms. Like there's the slim form that she's in right now. That's her magic form and has fairly high agility. Then there is the curvy form, which is more geared towards physical damage, a bit slower, a bit more life. Then there's the bat form. And the bat form makes her have very, very little hit points, like half of what she normally has. But he does a ton of damage, like glass cannon style. And throughout the game, there's enemies and there's items that you can use to actually increase or decrease your calorie meter. So once you reach like a certain amount, it'll go to Slim Hilda, and if it goes too high, it'll go to Curvy Hilda, and so on. So like a Fruity Fiber will do minus 25, I think, on the meter, and then if it gets to minus 100, it will actually go beyond that and actually give her mask form. And the mask form actually makes it so all her stats go crazy high. It's still the same idea, like she's a slim form, so her magic's really good. But it's also giving her crazy stat boosts, so once you have her in that form, she'll be able to kill things really quickly, just with magic. And then the opposite end of that spectrum is the Angel Souffles. You pick those up, it gives plus 25 to the calorie bar. And same idea. Once you reach plus 100, it'll give you Curvy Mask rather than Slim Mask. So using those and picking those up throughout the run lets you manage when she actually gets to those forms at what point. And then once you actually become that form, it only lasts for 3 battles. And then after that battle's done, you turn into bat form, which is like the neutral, like 0 calorie form. And so for this run in particular, the only one that we're going to be using is the Slim Mask form to do a lot of damage to a couple bosses using magic. We used to pick up Angel Souffles. I believe Tranq was still going to do this. It's something that helps on the last couple of bosses, just for doing a lot of physical damage. Where Tide's probably going to do a route where you skip all that, but you just use the bat form instead. And the main differences between the bat form and the Curvy Mask form is the bat form has a move called Energy Charge that you pick up, and that was what was used throughout Part 2 in Covenant all the time. The big thing with having that available to you is that the last boss can normally interrupt any buffs that you do yourself, and then completely remove them. So up until this point, no one's really used buffs for that reason, and we just assumed it was off the table. But if you actually use a double attack using Energy Charge and then attack directly in one move with the bat, then it turns out you can actually do that and get a lot more damage than you previously could. The downside of that, obviously, is the fact that the bat has no life. So yeah, the bat's going to be adding risk. But the bat also makes it go fast, because you get to skip all the Angel Souffles, you're picking up less items, and because you're able to do so much more damage, you don't need as many hit areas, which lets you skip some shopping sections later on, so you don't have to buy as many hit expands, strike expands. So you're doing a lot of... well, you're doing a lot less, I should say, as a result of doing the forms. And that's basically it for how the forms work in the run.
I think I'm dead.
Well, gosh damn it.
Goddamn. Hate this fight so much. I only suck the spikes. That'll be bad. Ow.
Turn order. Oh, actually, it wasn't as I thought it was going to. I should probably use it on Johnny. Good old seal. That dude.
All I have to do is kill Killer. Can you do it?
Yeah. Can I do it? It's the question. I mean, kind of HP, that should kill him even without the strike. Now
Yes,
I
you
have
can.
to kill Daros. Daros by himself, you figure out very quickly. Meanie. So I should be able to do this, I think. 5, 8. Yeah, I don't really care about the Arc Surge. It's the Arc Rage that I'm worried about if he decides to do that. You also notice I equipped the Vine Bracelet that I picked up with Johnny, so you don't need to do that, but I like to do it because it lets Johnny build stock in this fight. Especially if you don't have to sell the Vine Bracelet early. God damn it. As you can see, if you don't hit the strike on the cures, you don't recover a lot of HP, so... Oh, nice. I think that might one-shot him. Yep. That was pretty good.
One thing about that fight as well is that they're opposite element affinities, so one's fire, one's ice. Meaning, if you hit both of them with either, then one of them's going to do less damage to one of them, depending on which spell you use.
Yeah.
But you always want to use one or the other, just because you want to be able to kill them in time.
The general rule I use when I fight is, if you have a lot of stock to play around with, then you can do what I dubbed the 3-step combo. Basically, if you hit Daros with an attack, and you can combo it, then what happens is you can actually cast an trance in between, because Daros will be within his flinch animation, so he can't counter you while you attack him. And because Entrance can combo to something else, you can combo off the attack from whatever to Entrance to your spellcaster, which is going to be Hilda, unless you're doing true bat route. So we talked to the little girl to pick up the Scorpio Stellar chart, which basically has like everything on it. It's really good. It takes like no time. So that will replace the thing that Nihon got.
Let's go.
Just do a quick check in my items. I think I already have one here. Yeah, so we're good.
I think the Scorpio chart's probably the most important thing about running Naton.
Yeah.
Because it would involve a lot more menuing if you had to shuffle magic around to everyone else. Like shuffle just to give Naton magic that's useful. But Scorpio chart comes with a bunch of stuff already, it looks like.
Yeah.
So it's handy.
Basically don't need to really have anything. And afterwards you can remove all the previous stellars. So it has Surge and Rage and has Arc Cure on it. The only thing you really need is like the extra Med Nova. And if you want, you can create an extra slot, a heal slot, and slot Raise up on it. But otherwise it already has like everything that you're gonna need. Because again, we covered why the Arc Rage and Arc Surge spells, they might be good if you're playing through things casually because they bump up your party's offense, but realistically, you only have like one person who does really good damage anyway, so dark spells are kind of... I don't know if you save. I just saved like 2 seconds ago. Having a lot of stock to play around is the prerequisite for playing the market, yes. That is also true. Imagine if this game's about the stock market, instead of going around to different locations, beating things up.
That'll be part 4.
Part 4? Do nothing. So Hilda can actually one-shot these on her own. The Strike, Hail Dust. But you can cast Surge with somebody if you're not confident, and then she'll guarantee kill them regardless.
Oh yeah, so can we have a game Roger Bacon with the stock market?
Roger Bacon stock market? Literally like 50 years later. This is what Roger Bacon's doing.
Oh man, you got
Can't wait.
the God formation.
Yeah, he moved right into the Hilda's Hail Dust, which is nice.
That fight could take a lot longer.
Yeah, I can. That goes for like a lot of fights. If like the formation's bad, you're usually stuck there for a lot longer because you're just like, God damn it. Because what can happen in that fight is that the enemy can get stuck, you can the wrong people die.
Its attack animation's a long time too, because it has to wind up its two fists.
All those things are bad. You can double attack too if they have too much stock. So you don't want to see any of that.
This dungeon's kind of weird because it's, I don't know, it's just kind of there for no real reason. We're going to make you go to this cave, and you're going to fight a boss. And as a result, you're going to advance the plot.
Yeah. It's something like the 3 pillars or whatever were activated by T-Lady, and which contains Gilbert and Killer as well. So then they're like, okay, what do we do to stop the Rise Malice? And the woman in that village, the shaman, is like, well, you can activate this thing. These 2 blue pillar things that are located in the world conveniently. And that will shut off the red pillars for a time. Fucking red gravity, man.
Kind of weird because this dungeon is pretty easy relative to everything else you've been facing up to this point as well. It's kind of like just this dungeon that's easy and then you're back to being hard again right afterwards.
Yeah.
Despite that, the boss can still troll you.
Yeah, I lost 6 minutes against the boss on my TV. The best.
I'll give you a spanking.
So yeah, now the enemies can start spawning with stock. And take a look at what they can do. Ball your time, do a ton of damage. So things start getting hairier, for sure. Again, I normally don't save here, but just in case. Get into a really bad encounter, probably gonna die. So this dungeon itself, CDC pointed out, is not too bad. And the boss fight isn't too bad either, but you can't get trolled. And I'm not getting very good turnovers.
What's your favorite rhythm?
Oh boy. Eton's dead, I think? Might be. Yeah, that's a double. So there's a Zodiac bracelet in the corner here. So we not only grab that because it stops petrification, but it also sells for a very nice chunk of money. Because there's a very big shop menu coming up. Which ideally you want to do all your shopping in, but chances are the 2 boss fights afterwards will need you to restock, so that might not happen anyway.
Yo, don't ask me about plot in this game. I don't know anything.
I kind of know what the plot is about, but yeah, that's not the selling point of this game, in my opinion.
You go south, just try to stop Lady and kill her. And Gilbert. They're evil.
They're evil. That pretty much sums it up, yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice if they re-released these games in some capacity. Either just like a PS2 classic on PSN or something, or as a compilation disc.
I I ran away immediately. Because if we didn't run away immediately, that fight would have been scary. There was like 3 enemy actions, 2 of them had stock.
Honestly, PS2 emulation for these games isn't that great.
Yeah.
First game has graphical issues and can have slowdown. This game has a lot of graphical glitches that I haven't really been able to fix that well. I think Tranq 2 might actually emulate okay, oddly enough. But I haven't really tried it.
Sick! Love it when the boss gets the first turn. Also, ow. So this boss, to be some much, is usually not a problem, it's because he's mostly single target. So because he's mostly single target, even if he does double act, the most he can kill is 2 people. Instead of like the last fight where they were group target, and if they wanted to, they can do really bad things, kill a bunch of you at the same time.
It's not so much even the good PC thing, it's just graphical glitches and oddities. The game just slows down because it slows down, not so much because the computer's bad.
Damn, that's super fast. Whatever, I'll just combo Hilda.
This boss has a hit point trigger. It's like 50%. It does energy charge, I think.
Yeah, it does.
So your goal for this fight is pretty much just do enough damage to force him to use energy charge, and then do enough damage to kill him after that. Ideally, most of the time you're going to do enough damage, he's going to use energy charge and then hit someone. Then you bring them back to life, then you kill him.
As long as it's not on Hilda, usually fine. The worst is you can do a pattern where Hilda keeps dying, and then it's like, god damn it. Also, don't miss rings. Missing rings is bad.
Agreed. It's bad. Don't do it.
Don't miss rings. Don't
Not
miss
even
rings
once.
unless you like pain. I probably should have actually adjusted my turn order, but whatever, it's on. Also, the nice thing is he'll never double attack on the energy charge. God damn it! Really? Let's see. All the people you can hit.
Your Hilda died. Don't do that.
Don't do that. I'll like try, but I don't have a secret of not making Hilda die in this game. It's any indication.
It's harder than it looks.
It's harder than it looks.
Sometimes the boss does 300 damage and then you die because you don't have that much life.
So this is the infinite loop I was talking about earlier. It's just like, no, I'm gonna pick on Hilda forever. Because Hilda's my waifu. And my love for my waifu is like a truck.
Yo, a marathon finished? A marathon. Mumbo!
Nice. I actually know where the position is on that double, so it's not as crazy as it looks, but it's still tricky. Anyways, that kills them.
Yeah, what's up, everyone?
Yes, hello. Welcome to our Shadow Hearts Race 2 lane. We are approaching near the end.
I've been streaming for many hours,
Yes.
so bear with me.
Thank you for streaming for many hours, LCC. Let us know the secret of your non-Roger race.
It's called not being on Rogers, being on Lion.
Not being on Rogers. That's the secret.
Can't take anymore.
And they took a Nathan as well.
Oh, man.
That's the thing. The AoE helpful. Which is why, like I said, the fight with Delicate, the reason why is usually not too much of a concern is because most of the stuff is single target. So you don't really need to worry about multiple people getting caught and then dying. Whereas in other fights, multiple people can get caught and then they'll die. Obviously that's not good in the slightest. Alright, so I'm at the salt mines, or as I like to call it, the ether mines.
Yes, this game has literal salt mines. You go into a dungeon and it is completely made out of salt. This game is not a fighting game, I don't know what it is.
So either please, I expect you to be somewhere inside this dungeon. I just haven't explored it far enough yet. Also, I'm gonna exit the dungeon immediately because there's a seal of strength here. And it's the only one you get in the game. And it'll be really helpful towards the end. Alright, so now we have to do a big shopping menu. So, having lots of money for this is very important. Let's see what happens. So the most important thing I have to pick up is he'll just a weapon. Kind of free-flowing it a little bit.
This is the last big shopping menu of the game at this point.
Yeah, so that's how we know we're close to the end.
Having money is important for shopping. I can attest to this. Sometimes if you go into the store without money, you can't buy something you want to buy. You think to yourself, man, now I have to use my debit card. No one wants to do that. So I'm not gonna buy the new weapon for Nathan. I'm not gonna buy the new weapon for Johnny, because they're gonna get better stuff the final dungeon. We are gonna buy everything else that we can. Obviously we need it for Hilda. I'm gonna need it for Ricardo, because Ricardo doesn't get anything else better. And since Hilda's our offensive cannon, we have to make sure that she's kept up to date, otherwise, well, it's gonna suck, so. We don't like things sucking.
I'm going to play you a record.
Also, we don't need those mirror bracelets anymore, so we can safely remove them.
It's kind of sad that you had to buy them all for one fight.
For one fight, yeah.
But it's necessary.
Really, if you got the fight on killer, you only need to buy one.
True.
The reason why you need all this extra money, by the way, is because we need to buy an item called the Replacement Man. And LCC can tell you why the Replacement Men are so important.
Oh yes, the final fight, you are expected to die, because the amount of damage the final boss can output is crazy. So, you tend to approach that fight in such a way where you want at least one person to be left alive with the Replacement Man, because once the person dies, they get resurrected automatically, then the Replacement Man gets used up. But the way the fight works out is that once you actually kill the boss, it will do a final attack that kills everyone. You need at least one person left over with a Replacement Man, so that you can actually do the finishing blow. And then, prior to that, you are expected to have all your guys die anyways, because the boss does a lot of damage up front too. So yeah, but you have 3 Replacement Men to kind of work with and play around with for the fight to finish it off quickly. And if you have enough money, you can buy 1 or 2 extras too, so you can even have them for further fights.
They're very important because you can already see the boss offense in this game. Having the extra Replacement Man just makes it such that in some fights you can give you a safety buffer. So you probably want to. You should buy more. And earlier I mentioned that ideally this is the last shopping trip I ever have to do, but chances are that probably won't be the case. And the reason for that is because talismans. The reason for that is because there are 2 more boss battles coming up, and you can die for sure during those 2 boss battles. If you don't have a lot of consumables left, then you are basically...
Oh no.
Like, if you just go into the final fight without extra consumables, you're basically risking it, hoping that you don't die that many times and just make it through. Which is obviously kind of a risky proposition. But I mean, you can do it. And if you buy everything and you get the fights well enough, you can skip the last or any final shopping that you have to do. So that is the ideal scenario, but chances are that might not happen, so there's a backup for it.
Tranq's in a bad spot.
Frank?
Tranq.
Frank.
Yeah.
What kind of sticky situation has our Brazilian ninja friend gotten himself into?
Fighting the poison boss.
Poison man.
And I didn't really catch the beginning of it, but he's deadly poisoned and a couple people are dead, so...
Oh.
Spot it all.
Also, speaking of enemies being assholes, enemies in this particular dungeon, the salt mines, they love hitting your stock.
Yeah, salt mines are pretty much designed to reduce stock.
You really want stock for the boss fight. Like, I can't stress
This is easily going to be the best position where I just need to hit safe.
Yeah, it's Poison Man. It's like if you get a kill on him, it's great. If you can't kill him within his first 3 actions, you usually have to just bunker down, and it sucks. Because you're not really built for bunkering down, and chances are you will lose.
Yeah, when you're down that many characters.
Yeah. So the reason why we have to spike Johnny is because we need to make sure that we want Johnny to have stock for the boss fight. So we want to protect his stock as much as we can. The other characters we want stock on, but they're not as important. So you don't necessarily need stock on them. You can actually buy an extra pair of spikes if you really want to. If you have the money. But probably not. I'm probably not going to. Because we're already halfway in, so we don't need to. The thing with Poison Man is that he just does like a ton of damage. So he wastes his first 3 turns, but he has quick recharge, so he gives you about like a round and a half.
Good point, Kamikaze Maniac.
Get rid of him.
Why aren't you using the soft reset?
Oh shit. That was the wrong chat. Yeah. I was confused.
This game does have soft reset, you know.
It does have soft reset.
You should probably use it.
I used the soft reset. I ended up fighting Modok without Tranq equipped with the right person, so just soft reset it, because I'm not relying on poison to finish this fight. I mean, I could, but it'll just take ages.
Well, this game's a little weird because you have to hold it down for like 4 seconds.
Yeah. The game doesn't want people complaining about, hey, I accidentally hit these buttons and then reset it. You have to be forceful and then you have to wait. Also, I mean, you didn't sell the Bodhi bracelet. I think the notes say that you should sell all your status accessories right now. But the enemies in this dungeon can't hit you with paralysis, and if they hit paralysis on the wrong person and cut you out of the turn order, then you eventually die here. So having the body bracelet just makes it such that one person is immune to paralysis, so your chances of losing because of paralysis is just reduced. What's wrong? God damn. There's like a save point halfway up this stupid tower. I'll be so glad when we see it. Yeah, I pressed the wrong switch. Anyways. There's a chest in the corner here that contains a cosmic bracelet. So the cosmic bracelet is like the other half of the zodiac bracelet. It blocks a bunch of statuses. So we're gonna equip that on someone just for protection, but it also makes for good spending money at the end when you want to sell it. Also, this is a bad formation of enemies.
Oh,
And the best part
man.
is, all 3 of them get to act before they do anything. Sick.
Floating shellfish or something. I don't know what they are.
Also, rip all my stock. It's okay though, Johnny has stock, that's the only thing that's important. So this is going to be the last Angel Sufal I pick up in the corner here. Because we only need to access the max form once, and after that, I'll be a bat for the remainder of the game. Even if you were going true bat, though, you need fibers, because fighting killer at the top of the mines tier as a bat is not a good idea. You just don't have enough burst damage to take him down quickly. Like, you could if you use your keys, but why would you? Better targets to use your keys on. God damn it.
We need to figure out how to dupe keys.
Yes. If only there's a way for us to dupe keys. Like there's a way to dupe apples and Wildorms. Then we could just finish every boss off with keys and use Bat Route for real.
Yeah. And then the game would probably be really boring.
Probably. I'm not sure if it'll be that boring, but there'll be a lot less thinking, that's for sure. So I made a save here. I normally don't make a save here. Because, again, we normally don't save for most of the run anyway. But there's a good chance that if I get into a bad encounter, I will die, so I don't want to climb up half the salt mines again. Hold the soft reset buttons, because the game wants you to think about what you did wrong. Yes. Game wants you to realize that, hey, died because it was your fault. Not because I gave you an ambush or a really bad turn order. I need to remind myself I don't need to say that, because I've been saying that a lot. Like I said, feel like a broken record. Alright, here we go. So in the salt mines, in case it wasn't obvious yet, you need to touch these white crystals to open these doors. Again, Johnny is confounded by doors.
You die in this game less than you'd think. But the fact that you had to play it for 4 hours and change means that you're likely to die still. Because over that course of time, there's bound to be at least one really bad thing to happen.
Well, for the most part, it's usually you can handle it, but once we get to the gate, that's a different story.
You got a great encounter. Look at that.
Uh-huh.
They're just all hitting you constantly.
All the freaking clamshells. Also, Johnny's dead. Sick.
Another funny thing is that if they actually kill you with a stock down attack, it doesn't actually reduce your stocks, you're already dead.
I didn't know that. Stock saving strategy. Just.
Hey, it's helped me in the past.
Just don't kill people so they die in one hit. Also, all these encounters, man.
The Thorn Whip? It's like at the 45.
Yeah, Thorn Whips is like 45 degree through the top.
Yeah. I went to
Upper left.
thing here, so based off of your vague description.
Oh, well, that's the way I used to remember it.
Yeah.
Pretty well.
Yeah, I normally just go for a hit zone on that. I don't normally go aim for the strike.
You don't normally aim for the strike.
But today I decided to aim for the strike.
Oh,
It's
always
hard.
aim for the strike, dude.
It's hard. You should aim for the strike all the time.
I
Because the payoff is well worth it. Although in that particular fight, you can get sloppy and just hit.
Yeah, well, just regular still ends that fight fairly quickly.
Yeah, as long as you hit the strike on the entrance. But you really should learn it because it speeds up the fight against
Oh, it does a lot.
against Sentinel, and it gives you an option to one-shot the boss if you are so inclined.
One of those fun times was I know approximately where it is, just it's not like one of those like level 1 and 2s that you play so memorized.
Remember when we used to use Helix Seed? You had to memorize like that one ring for 2 fights.
That's a terrible ring.
It's not that bad because it's just like hit 2 circles and then 45 degrees to like the upper left. You get it.
Yeah.
But like, you have to memorize the pattern for 2 fights. Just be great.
It helped me out in part 2 of it, because there was a couple spells I needed to do.
Yeah,
Tier 3.
The Wreck Cradle one is very similar. Bring it on!
And then the Tier 4 spell, for whatever reason, I still tend to do really well with, despite never practicing it.
I just think Covenant rings are just easier.
Now, Tier 4 on Covenant's hard still.
No man, I tried doing the Tier 4 in this game blind and I just like miss it every time. It's great.
Well,
it's like,
yeah.
God damn. This ring's impossible.
It's still hard in 2, just because it's still a small strike area and there's 4 hit areas to hit, so. And it's got that weird angle.
Yeah. Let's do a save. Alright, here we go. So I have to be careful with the counter on the mass forms because I only get 3
save the
fights. I saved it beforehand.
Oh, okay.
I didn't save it with the mask because I was afraid I'll run to an encounter 2 steps in. So. Alright, here we go. Johnny has exactly 1 bar of stock. About this. Go for it. Sure. I feel like this is the wrong maneuver, but...
Me too. But you're doing it.
I'm doing it, yeah. Because I'm an idiot. Saying that you think so.
This boss, once you get it down to about half health, it does scale on itself. And it already has high speed, so adding Gale onto that makes it double turn you crazy, go nuts all over the place. You really want to be able to kill it quickly, like with stock usually.
But this is also one of those cases where, we were saying earlier, forcing the boss to take a double can be worthwhile, especially if he didn't cast Gale beforehand. That's why I think it was not a good move to necessarily do what I did, but I still did anyway, so...
So yeah, in this case, because it did a double attack on a single character, it worked out in your favor.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Well, that could have been 3 characters at once.
He could have 50 characters, yeah.
And you had the replacement on Johnny, so I think it worked out okay. All things considered.
I think I should be able to make this. God damn it. Bad. But he can instant death me, so it doesn't matter. God damn it.
That's unfortunate. You would hit the strike on that item.
Johnny Webb lived, yeah. Now
Yeah.
he's gonna miss out on experience. Unless I missed the ring. No. I didn't miss the ring.
The beautiful young heroine takes the stage.
If you are surged and then trance, you one-shot the fight. So Johnny's missing experience all over the place. It's fine, we got this. Worst case scenario, I'll turn Nathan into my mage.
Nathan, who's two levels under-leveled.
2 levels under leveled. Mine is even level. My Johnny is like 2 levels under leveled though, because he just died again.
Turner, right near the end.
I think the better situation in that scenario was to wait for double, just tank it, because I didn't have any stock anyway. Because one of the primary concerns you have for that fight is he drains all your stock away. But if you have no stock to begin with, just force him to take the extra turn, and then counter him on double. So you used to have to grab the Angel's Stew full middle there. And there's a fruity fiber if you're still in regular form. But you really want to be the bat. At least for Malice Killer. Oh, while I'm mashing buttons. That was a cutscene.
Yeah, you were watching him touch the door.
I was watching him touch the door. I'm like, wait a second.
Very touching scene. Get it?
It's an important scene. He's finding out the truth about his heritage. How he is really actually 21 years old and not 16 years old. Yeah, the plot of this game is nowhere near as depth. It's just like, oh, something happened to Johnny in the past. Because I think even if he kills multiple people normally without the Gale, there's enough delay on his double turn that the recovery on the item time lets you gain significant turn advantage over him. So
I think
it's better
so,
for
yeah.
turn economy, and then you can just counter and kill him with a big hail dust.
That's why I think surging instead of doing trance opener might have been better. To force him to do something. But at the same time,
or defending, I think you have been ideal better, I think.
yeah, at the same time, the problem is that at the beginning of every fight, all your characters are lined up in a clump like that every time. So having Johnny surge Hilda, then having Killer go right away could have potentially turned into 3 people getting hit. They're all together.
Yeah.
So that's the one problem.
The thing that I'm aware of is I don't think Feisty don't catch 3 people at the same time. It can catch 2 people, but not 3 people. I have not seen it hit 3. So this fight is forced right away, so you can't run away from it. Also, you can die to different missions in this fight. Also pretty great.
Yes. This fight is ridiculous.
Yo, Fickle Ring. Fickle Ring. Fickle Ring.
If there's ever a fight that could truly screw you over, it's definitely this one.
This one's great. Random formations, you can sometimes randomly die, just because things don't work out in your favor. Also, you don't need to hit the strike, by the way. Hilda has enough power in her mana form to one-shot these things, which is ideal.
Or it was. Excellent.
Yeah, pretty great.
Pretty much after that, you're in there. Problem with this fight is if you're only really able to kill like 2 at once, 1 or 2, then you have the rest of them all go, and then they can inflict ring statuses and kill people. And then they build stock, and they start comboing with each other.
Basically, bad things happen then if you let them get going.
Yeah. But if you kill 4 of them, you're fine.
Yo, nice blind ring.
Oh no. What will you do?
All I do on the blind ring. All I do, dude.
I always like blind ring as a status effect because you're just always used to doing it blind anyways.
Pretty much, yeah. God damn it! I have to get more familiar with that ring looks like.
You missed it.
I just blind missed it, yeah, right.
Gimmick to that fight as well is the blue ones tend to be weak to physical and the red ones tend to be weak to magic, but Hilda's magic is so high that it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Hilda right now is strong enough that she's gonna one-shot all of them. So it doesn't matter. And I'm just going back outside to save because I'm a wuss.
So when you cycle the Hilda out of the party, like the mask form has a limit of 3 battles, but if you cycle her out here, then any random encounters you get into won't affect that, so she'll be able to retain her mask form for the boss. So we use 1 battle for the killer fight, then we use 1 battle for the blooper fight, which is the one we just did. Then we're going to cycle her out for the dungeon, then cycle her back in for the boss. Then after the boss, she'll turn into a bat form. Use that to finish off the rest of the game, more or less.
Yeah. The timing of this, by the way, is structured such that you don't really have any leeway in between. So if you get into one too many fights, you kind of screw yourself over. So you have to be careful.
It's possible to get into fights by accident. So
Yeah.
before the boss, there's actually an area that does have encounters. And if you switch to mask, or you like save the game and put her back in your party at the save spot, and then walk 2 steps to the door to get to the boss, and then you get into encounter, then your entire boss strategy completely changes because now you don't have mask form for the boss. So
Yeah, that actually happened to Tranq before, I think. So what I usually do is I basically walk up to the door and then I swap. That reduces chance of that happening. It's less detrimental if you're doing true
Now to
badges who
change.
already have energy charge, but if you're doing like this typical standard route, you won't have energy charge and it will really suck. So you kind of have to be careful. So we go through these doors in a very specific order, because the game requires us to go through these doors in a very specific order. Otherwise,
yeah,
we'll not
it's
be
the
traveling in
dungeon,
such a weird pattern.
the dungeon puzzle.
Ow. Yo, sick! I love watching myself get killed. Can I get a turn, please? Thank God. So yeah, about that thing, about random encounters getting stronger. This is kind of the point where I shake in my boots.
This dungeon doesn't have many of them though. It's like
Yes,
2
this is a
usually.
pretty short dungeon. You can get through this dungeon without fighting a single encounter. But yeah, it's getting worse. Just hope you have enough luck in your pocket. Do it.
I'm going to play you a record.
God damn. Oh boy, what loss. Gonna pay for using that stock, apparently. Yeah, this is bad. So, they both have stock, that's a double. 2 characters left. Probably kill 2 characters.
This is happening partly because Johnny didn't get experience as well.
Yeah.
Because he has less agility starting every fight. So every fight you get into, you might not get a turn right away. Or be able to
that's
run.
also why dump the seal on him as quickly as I can.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because missing out the experience means he's losing the speed, but getting the +3 will help even out some things. I mean, in the end, you still lose out because you want the levels, but it will make things a little bit better.
Main thing is the next boss. As long as you can get experience off of him, you're okay.
Yeah, if not, backup strats. I don't even know what the backup strat is, actually. I'll just wing it.
Pray you don't die. That's the backup
Pray I
strat.
don't get spirit awarded. That's really.
I can't believe in part 2 if you get spirit awarded, you still get experience. That makes me mad.
Curse you, Azersoft, for making your games more polished.
It's like now I don't even care if it happens.
I should have a penalty if this happens. God damn. Okay, so once you go through this door, all the other doors, or all the other seals and doors will fall apart. So now we don't need to wander around in such a weird fashion. But we picked up the item called the Heretical Tome earlier, and it fits very nicely into this slot at the end of the bookcase. The reason why we're in this burnt out mansion is because this is actually Johnny's old house. And Bacon's like, I will take you to find out more about your past if we go to your house. So Johnny's like, alright, I need to figure out why I turned into a gay Incan stripper. Does that happen during the cutscene that we skipped? When we find out there's a secret basement. So Lenny is like, Master Graham, you never told me about this basement. And I have been your loyal manservant for like 5 years. Nice encounter, by the way.
Alright, let's do this.
Alright, we made it. We didn't get into an encounter before the boss. Nice double turn. Well, the good news is... Oh, never mind. I thought he was only gonna hit 2 people. He actually hit 3 people. That's bad.
So this fight is pretty much cast magic on it until it dies, but it can interrupt your buffs by buffing itself, similar as how Dauros could do it at the other killer fight in Vilcabamba. And when it reaches, I think, like a 10% hit point threshold, it will do Spirit Wire, so it'll lose something from the battle. And when that happens, you don't get experience points with that character, and then, well, that character won't be there to fight. So if it does it to Hilda, for example, your remaining characters can't do very much.
If it does it to Hilda, you cry, because you waste like 20 minutes. trying to restore your condition. So that's potentially risky because he's gonna interject. Yep. And now he has stock.
Yeah, when they interrupt your buffs, they have their turn pushed forward, and any of the buffs that an enemy does actually generate stock, which is basically cheating because you don't have that option. Anytime you buff yourself, it doesn't give you stock at all. So the game is very heavily favored on bosses, and just the way the system works.
It's trying to give bosses a fighting chance. Ah, should be good enough. Yeah. Not the most ideal fight, but good enough. Anyways, down goes Baby Rage. Shoutouts to Baby Rage. Alright, we are at the last dungeon pretty much. So we're done everything, we just have to go into the gate.
Then leave immediately?
Yeah. Leave immediately, do more stuff, come back to the gate.
Yeah, opening the gate is something that opens some cutscene, or not cutscene, but optional side quests. And the main one is the one that gives you Hilda's ultimate weapon. It's pretty short. Just going into the theater, fighting a bat, which doesn't really have any fighting at all. And then leaving.
What part of the story am I in again? I think I have to go to the thing here? Oh wait, no, I have to talk to Roger. Here we go. Yes, I'm good at this game. So yes, that spaceship we saw crashed in Roswell, well, guess whose spaceship that was?
Word on the street is that the final dungeon does have random encounters that can kill you.
Word on the street is that random encounters can kill you in this game. I would have never known. So Bacon basically says to Johnny that he knows about Johnny's past. But in order for us to figure out Johnny's past, we have to go back to the Garland Mansion. course, Lenny's all like, impossible. Johnny can't be 21. He's 16. He has to learn math. He's not allowed to leave home until he finishes his math problems. So here's where the Emigrate manuscript comes into play again. So the backstory behind all of this is you find out more about who Lady is. Spoilers. She is actually Johnny's deceased sister. So 5 years ago, Johnny and his sister Grace got into a car accident and died. So his dad was really heartbroken and decided to find the Emigrate manuscript with a guy called Marlowe Brindo, which was the guy that you were originally hunting, the assignment that Gilbert gave you. So you find out that your dear old dad used the Emigrate manuscript and actually somewhat succeeded because he was able to combine the powers of malice and will in order to create an actual human being. But during the time of the experiment, the only person that was actually revived was Donnie's sister, Grace. So what happens during the resurrection process is that if it's not complete, then all you get is the husk that is revived. So Grace saw that Johnny was incomplete and basically sacrificed her will to him. So that's why Johnny is a complete person and Lady is not. Lady is basically an empty hollow husk that is guided by malice.
Will is a new concept to this game. They tried to turn it into the Green Lantern, but they went with the red and blue.
That is definitely a new way of looking at it. I haven't thought about that, but yeah. They basically tried to describe it kind of as like magical energy.
Blue is good, red is bad.
Yeah. You can think of it just as a counterpoint of malice, so it's instead of evil, it's like good, I guess. It's a really basic way of putting it. But that's basically the extent of the story. The only part that's really important is that, because all the rest beforehand is like, oh, we have to hunt for this guy, this killer, and this lady who's a lady, because they're activating bad things. You don't really find out the extent of why they're doing it, but they're doing it because they're evil people. And that's like the one story bit that kind of connects everything together. So this game's not very big on plot and writing. Also, I hate this part because Frank is an asshole and he's up all the way on the bed. It's like, no, I'm gonna be a hipster instead of like everybody else, be on the ground floor. Alright, let's go to Brooklyn.
Bring it on!
And once we're in Brooklyn, we're gonna skip the cutscene immediately. All the cutscene really talks about is back in very beginning or very end of North America, I think. Lady gave Shania the Kiss of Malice, is what it's called. You can think of it as like the kiss of death. So Shania knows that she is running on limited time before she becomes evil. So they just have a scene with Johnny and Shania there. I don't think it really gets too much. Like, they try to build an ending with excuse me. They tried to build an ending behind Johnny and Shania getting together, but they don't really work towards that at all because the two characters don't really share a lot of screen time, and it's not really well developed like the Alice and Yuri relationship. So it just kind of comes off as like, oh, they're worried about each other. Alright, we take Roger's spaceship, fly into the gate, then we're gonna leave immediately.
You're getting pretty close to the best part of the game.
Yep. The most exciting part of the game for sure. That also kills you.
You don't
You
say.
get sloppy. You don't say. I don't say. No, not at all. Not at all. That's not what this run has been about. We haven't died yet. That's not what this run is about. It's not about dying. It's about choosing to live. Just like Star Ocean 3. Alright. So that chest there contains the Mortal Venom, which is Nathan's penultimate weapon. So Nathan gets a bit stronger, and we save some money.
That's one of the big reasons why Nathan's decent for the route 2, is that he gets a better weapon than Shania does right there. It's free. It's free. It's right there. So he actually has damage where Shania doesn't.
Yeah, Shania's penultimate is behind pit fights, which is slow. You could consider doing it in like the really old Nero route where you get 2 5 keys, but oh shit, I forgot to talk to the fat dude. But we don't do that anymore, obviously, because you can even fight Lady keyless and win that fight without using a single key. But really, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna at least use the 5th key. Alright, so once we talk to that guy, that sets the trigger for the bat to appear in the theater. And this bat is not just any old bat, it is actually Hilda's grandfather. Who I don't think we actually get the name other than Black Bat.
If they made a new game, he'd be in it. It'd be awesome.
Yeah, it'll be great if they made the prequel, because then he would actually be like 50 years younger.
No, like, I want old man vampire.
Well, old man vampire.
Yeah, I want a real sequel in the future, in the 1960s.
1960s. So we do this fight for a couple of reasons. The very first one is it obviously gives Hilda his best weapon. But the other nice things about doing this fight is that you also get more experience with Hilda, and it supercharges her stock gauge, so you begin the Malice Killer fight, which is the next boss.
Yeah,
with a mostly
nice.
full stock bar.
2 free levels, free stock, and a good weapon.
Yeah. Because I think when we were theorizing doing True Bat Route or whatever, at some point we thought about completely skipping the ultimate weapon, because you don't have to go through the cutscene, you don't have to walk here at all. You really only have to walk back out and maybe do a shop if bad things happened. But it just, like, it's a really nice fan, and it's pretty short. So we have to go to Rio, because in Rio, there's a guy in the back. You can actually talk to him the very first time you're in Rio, but you're not in the correct form. So unfortunately, the thing that Hilda's tutorial about her skills doesn't teach you is that you can't pick up her skills unless you're in the correct form. So you have to be a bat in order to learn energy charge. And if you're not a bat, you can't pick up the skill. So we have to make a detour back here just learn energy charge. So one of the things True Bat Route was saying is you do not have to go all the way up there and then go all the way back. Then I'm just gonna stop in Mona Village to do some last minute shopping. So biker boys are right by the door here, which is very nice because then I don't have to go all the way to grab stuff. Yeah, you want to be fully stocked, because you don't want to come back out. You're not coming back out once you go in.
I'll take you out.
Last minute stuff upgrades if you want to consider those as well. Okay, that's already upgraded. Do that. Set the extra money. Good. So you used to also go to Roswell to pick up hit expands, but this route doesn't do that. Then you save a bunch of time on not having to do a ton of discount rings, and you save a bunch of money as well. So we do a complete redeployment of where all our accessories are, because Hilda's a bat, so she can't cast any magic. So instead, oh shit, I forgot to go to Chicago. Just realized. I'm bad. Gonna go to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Pretend I went to Chicago and I didn't go back to the gate. Lost like good 10 seconds fumbling the menu. But I realized I didn't have what I needed. So that card, those pictures we took really early on, of the gangsters, we traded in here. Get the demon earrings. So those earrings increase the damage you take by 20%, but you also do 20% more damage. So this effect is, again, it's a multiplier, so it stacks with other multipliers, which means it stacks with the Mind's Eye. So instead of 20%, you're really getting 40% deal equipping it. Alright. Now we're going to do this menu properly.
You could always pick up the demon earrings a lot earlier in the game if you really wanted to, but because the magic Mind's Eye corresponds to doing a lot more damage with magic compared to the Mind's Eye, because the Mind's Eye doesn't have energy charge to back it up, but you have Entrance with magic. So you get that 180% damage boost. It's much better. You never really have a reason to want to get demon earrings because you do take more damage as a result of wearing them. Even though you deal more damage, you also take more damage. And a lot of the bosses will just outright kill you because of that, so... Mind's Eye is mainly just there to kill random enemies and add a little extra damage here and there.
What was I gonna do? Shoot. Did the equips, I did the ring. Stellars.
I'm not afraid of you.
It reminds myself what I'm doing. Although I think the only thing I need to change here is Virgo to whatever Johnny's holding. And then whatever Johnny's holding to whatever... Yeah. Swap with Hilda. Then you remove all the stuff on Capricorn, because it isn't needed. Go back to Virgo. Raise up. Alright, I think I have everything.
So at Tranq's end, you can see how the fight's going a lot better because you just let the killer get a turn and then just pick up the pieces from that and get a lot more damage in.
Alright, here we go. It's time to fight Malice Killer.
Getting into pinches comes with being a heroine.
But that was scary, that fight. So there's a good chance he was going to go berserk before he even got a spell off. If Killer targeted Johnny.
Yeah, if he did Vice Blade to Johnny, that would have been bad. Every individual hit would reduce SP, where the red spell wouldn't. Just gonna do the one hit.
Yeah, one hit with stock reduced, but because of the spikes, Johnny actually kept his stock, which allowed me to calm it back to Hilda to end that fight instantly.
Alright, this is gonna be like
We
18
ended the fight
damage.
quicker.
We're getting pretty close to the end now. Tide's on the final dungeon. Tranq has to do one more dungeon plus the side
one
quest
more,
stuff.
Yeah.
Ow.
I'm excited. I'm back within 6 minutes of my PB.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
There. So. In so far.
It's kind of risky, but it's the name of the game. You can double again.
Go big, go home.
God damn it. Shit, can't do that. This. Oh, that's really bad. Damn it.
Fight me with all you've got.
Oh man, we're taking all the risks. Let's go.
Ow. Ow.
And that was actually it. So that's...
Can't take anymore.
Yo, 3 HP. That is my game.
That was actually...
Wow. You just killed them all.
In battle, the ones who are defeated are those who
Produce attack.
Oh yeah. Udelka's a cool game.
God
But
damn it.
it's very, very different. Very more survival horror type style. Different type of battle system.
Alright. He's dead. Not a very good fight, but we did it. We didn't die.
Yo, PX. You're back.
Hello, PX. You are back. So, Killer is officially dead. DM that. He is kaput. So now we get to fight the true final boss of this game. First tree.
First tree is...
First tree is the true final boss.
It's hard.
It's hard. I don't think people can understand why the tree fights are so bad until they see it. But I can summarize it. kind of in 2 points. The first is the fact that we need to conserve stock, so we can't just willy-nilly blow our stock here and there. We want to try to conserve as much as we can. And the second is the fact that they can catch all 3 people or 4 people in a spell, and they do like 2-hit KO damage. So you can very easily find yourself getting killed by the trees, because they count as mini bosses, so they're also really fast.
The first one in particular, you're a lower level, so you don't get as many turns, and it's much more dangerous. And since Bathilda gets one shot, you need to cast Barrier on her.
Yeah.
And if you don't get that off, then it's really hard.
You get multiple people killed at the same time before the fight gets going. You're usually trying to just climb out the hole, and it sucks.
And then sometimes you just get really good luck and then it dies.
Yeah.
But not this time.
You're sick. 3 people defeated! I see. Alright. Can we come back from this? That's the big question.
Can we come back from this?
Well, it depends. Who's alive?
No! No! Alright, soft reset. So yeah, that is the true final boss of this game. Possible.
You probably could have come back if you really, really wanted to.
I'm not sure. Because even though he didn't have stock, he was gonna get another turn. He'll build stock out back way too quickly. If I had another character get a turn before he got another turn, maybe. Because then I can do revive. Cardo, have that person art cure, then find a time to revive Hilda. Since everybody was getting their turn after the tree, I have my doubts. Played enough this game to know that it's probably not worth it trying to scavenge that situation. Excellent. Yeah, then sometimes you one-shot the trees. It's great. So.
If you can get energy charge off and then attack it, and it strikes, you know, pretty much one shot.
Like a jazz. Also, I'm an idiot. That would be explained why that killer fight took longer than it should have.
Oh, he didn't have the weapons on.
Yeah, I didn't have the weapons on. All that neat shit that I got, I didn't equip. Excellent. That was sick. Well, this time looks like it might be only 2 people at most, so this is workable. Again, just because there's so much lag on the double that should be able to come back from it.
Oh, okay. Single target on Ricardo. Take that any day of the week.
I will definitely take that.
Weird mechanic of the Shadow Hearts games, with part 2 and 3, is that you get shifted around the battlefield whenever you use abilities and attacks. And where it actually positions you is somewhat random. So sometimes you'll be clumped together, sometimes you won't be. So when the boss does like Ivy Bind, it's supposed to attack multiple characters, but if it only targets a single character, then it gives you the breathing room to actually get something started.
need to cure them just to be safe. Alright. We are out of there. And I'm gonna run back to the save point. Just because that next fight. Oh boy.
I don't blame you at all.
The stories I can tell about that fight. Please check my highlights for a brief demonstration of what that next fight is about.
Don't worry about the baby on the baby's head with the body attached to the back of it. It's not a big deal. Just your standard monster design.
Standard monster design. God damn it.
They're short, so once again, Nathan loses on experience.
Or Nathan. Sad Nathan.
Ethan.
Like Sad O'Brien.
Alright, I'm coming up on Gilbert. So the man that hired us to do the initial job, we now have to fight him. And he is a nasty piece of work. Although I'm sure, I don't even think we need to explain it. I think once the fight starts, you'll see what happens. And it's pretty great. Get stuck, Johnny.
A number of different things can happen.
Number of different things happen.
For the Gilbert fight, he has a magic spell that can only hit things on the ground, and because Hilda is flying, it actually whiffs. But it can also do another attack that will one-shot her, but if you actually cast Barrier on her and get a strike, it won't. And you want to have Rage to get the damage boost, plus use a third key, then you're pretty much good with the energy charge Rage combo.
Also, I positioned Hilda in spot 2 there, in case he does the Deep Grudge combo. Because then, when he tries to retarget with Evil Crest, he can't hit the center. Although this is still bad. But, maybe able to come back from it.
I guess you're kind of just... Well... Yeah, I guess you can combo twice, huh?
Yeah.
I guess your turn order worked out pretty well. You're able to rage and then do another turn immediately after for no reason. What a great game.
I forgot where I was going there for a moment.
Like, I can't believe it.
Alright, he's dead. has 4,700 HP. I dealt 4987, so I didn't need the Awaker damage there. Just enough.
Yeah, it was a really good fight, all things considered.
Yep. Definitely.
Give it Ricardo and his double turn.
With his nonsensical double. Alright, so this is the other scary walk. Get all the way to the save point in front. We could go to the save point to back, but they're about the same distance.
Yeah.
So really, why would you go to the back?
Not nearly as scary as it has been since you just defeated 2 bosses. Now you have a bit more level action.
Yeah. A little bit more durability as well. Still scary, but... I've died several times on this walk before. That's why I'm so scared of it. In the words of the immortal Richard, I don't want to know. Don't tell me. God damn it. The moment I leave the save point, you get to fight Yanus. So remember that boss in part 2? He's a regular enemy now in this game. Final dungeon. Exact same design.
Yeah, just different color.
So, Tranq is gonna get here, and he's gonna be using Kirby Hilda after this particular boss, but for me, I'll be sticking with Bats all the way through. So the primary strategy I want to do on the trees is I need to get Ricardo a turn so he can cast Barrier. And then once Barrier is up, we're usually safe. Keyword being usually.
Usually.
Yeah.
Until the game.
Safety in this game is not guaranteed. Run at your own risk. Ow. There we go. One shot him. Piss off!
Easy life, man.
Easy.
Your Hilda has no magic points now.
Yeah, well, we're gonna run back to the save point, then I'm gonna tent. I have exactly 2 tents. So we use the tent here, and then we use tent before lady. I was keeping count on these things. So normally, you might have an extra tent in a regular one. You just won't save between every tree. Just go for it. Live and die, pretty much. Oh boy. This is never a good thing. Because that's probably gonna hit everybody. The best part is these things can cast in trance. So... oh boy. That's gonna hit everybody. Do a ton of damage. That's probably gonna kill everyone, so we're probably dead. Yup.
Wow, I'm glad
yeah.
you...
I am so glad I saved!
I'm glad you saved 1 step ago.
Well, welcome to From the New World, everybody. Please leave all hope and dreams at your doorstep.
I didn't realize you could die in this game. I like how you just took 1 step off the save spot and died.
1 step off the save spot and then died. Truly, the judgment of the ring have giveth and then taketh away. Oh my god, not again, please. God damn.
Team Cat. Always in the lead. Ever since Garrick died, because he didn't equip a weapon on Marguerite, it's all downhill from there.
Yeah, not equipping things is bad. I also forgot to equip things. We are really not designed to fight these things for an extended period of time. We need things to die quickly.
My victory pose. Shoot. Right.
Let's try.
My favorite thing about how you run this game, Tranq, is you always let the voice clips play at the end of every battle. My favorite thing.
Truly the best.
I'm always too busy matching X and I always skip them.
I know! I was off. It's not gonna kill him. Ow. God damn it.
So Tranq's doing his final preps here. And then he too will be going to the final dungeon.
And then fight all the monstrosities. Great. Let's fight Red Nova.
And if he can get through every boss fight without a hitch, with perfect luck, he could actually catch up. But that's not going to happen, because that doesn't happen. But if it did happen, it would be amazing.
It would be amazing. But he's also using Fat Hilda, and unfortunately Fat Hilda is not as good as Bat Hilda on the trees either. So he will also be losing a little bit of time there.
Also, Tide would have to die to the last boss a few times.
It could happen.
It could happen.
It
It
could.
definitely happen. If I misread, or I miss inputs. Don't miss rings. No, I missed a ring completely. It's really bad. Can't wait for that to happen in the final fight, by the way.
Oh yeah.
That
So the
would be
divergence here, you'll see Tranq's doing extra shopping to get hit expands.
God damn.
So the way he's doing it is he's actually doing 3 hit areas for Hilda, and then the way those hit areas are laid out is that the 6 o'clock one is extremely small. So in order to make it actually hittable, you buy a bunch of hit expands, pretty much.
I got too greedy. Now I'm paying for it. Yeah, this is not good.
But at least with a couple hit spend.
He cut out a bit there. I'm not really sure what he said, but yeah, hit expands are good.
Oh my god. This is truly awful. Ah, why? God damn it.
You keep missing?
Ah, yeah, it's not good.
Oh, no, I mean, you got the good.
Got the good.
It's not the end of the world.
Good is not good enough, but this is what I mean by being kind of on tilt. I missed enough times that I wasn't gonna try to play it out. God damn it.
It knows, man. It always goes for her.
It knows. Wow, alright, so see, that there is bad positioning, because everybody got hit at the same time.
This tree is in your head, dude.
This tree, man. It's not giving me the time of day. Alright, let's go for it. That's gonna kill him regardless, yeah. What an awful fight. So now we get to trek all the way back. Here we go. And hope we don't die. It's a great game. I forget what level you're supposed to be at for everybody else. Johnny's at 34. Hilda died anyway, she's 37, which is where she's supposed to be. Alright, I'm gonna open up this chest for the crucifix. You don't really need it, but like to have it, just in case I get ringed. There we go. Okay. Everybody. So you need the replacement man on basically everyone.
I feel like I'm getting lag on the streams. I don't know if it's just my computer.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that.
It's on both, so...
And ring. Alright, here we go. Final battle. Final countdown. I believe I did everything anyway. If I didn't, we'll find out as the fight starts. So, final boss Steam fight.
Alright, this is it.
This is it.
Let's see how the
God
final
damn it.
fight goes.
What an opening turn! So this is why you equip the replacement man, by the way.
Yeah, so the boss can opt to get an opening turn and just kill everyone right off the bat. Get it?
Also, that's bad. And it's Calamity Gaze, because I think that's the thing that drains everybody's stock. No, that's Malsurge. So that should be fine. It's just not good. Killed that early.
So at this point, everyone has replacement men on, but you're still going to be healing people back to life in order to retain their replacement men. So you still need one. After you kill this boss, it will do a final attack and kill everyone. Then after that, you can come back. So at this point, only Lady is acting, and she can really only single target people or do ring abnormality, which affects everyone. Ideally, you just want her to target one person and have them come back to life with their replacement man. And then Hilda can use double energy charge into an attack, and then she can get all of her meter back by using a third key, or yeah, third key. Then do that same thing again. So unfortunately, we have the ring abnormality, which is not what you want. So you have to waste a turn actually healing that. Actually, I think Ricardo's the one that has arc heal, so... This might look a little weird, but he's using a seal to intentionally whiff to kind of adjust his turn order a bit, so that he gets his next turn as soon as possible.
Shit. That's bad.
Problem here being is that Ricardo's turn comes way later. And then the boss acts directly after that and kills everyone again. So the fact that he has arc kill and not Johnny kind of throws a wrench into the whole thing.
Oh shit. Alright.
Nobody expects Seal Steel.
Nobody expects you'll steal.
What the heck is this turn order?
You know, I was expecting everybody to die, but then Seal Steel? Fuck me over.
Still bad.
Alright, guess we're going the long way around. I feel the boss doesn't act the way you anticipated it to.
I'll show you what fighting is all about.
Well, good news is we can finally heal everyone. After all this time.
All that just pure morality.
I like how you were doing reverse fast, perfect arc cures. That was pretty good.
Pretend that didn't happen.
What a pro. Let's see what happens. I don't know if this is going to kill. Probably not. Oh wait, you already...
Oh yes! We did it!
you have a 5th key, I forgot. Never mind. Of course it's going to kill.
We did it!
I don't know why I didn't think you had a 2nd key.
You probably thought that I dropped my 3rd key somewhere else, because we were talking about it all the way up to the relay.
Yeah.
So this normally we kill everybody, but Replacement Man is refreshing and like 5. And this is the only case where you can use Zerk and still get the actions. We're done. Alright, my timer says 5:02. This is my current
Yo,
timing.
shouts to 502.
5:02, which is 40 minutes slower than my PB. Excellent.
Oh, I stopped the wrong timer. Hold on. Okay, we can fix this. We'll do it. We'll do it live. Perfect. You didn't see anything.
Just ripped on the first tree.
Of course, it's the first tree. It's impossible.
First tree is the true final boss in this game. True final boss. Alright, so I had 1 death, and Tranq had 1 death.
2 or 3 now.
2 or 3.
First tree.
That's right. Shadowhearts from the New World completed in 18 hours and 22 minutes.
Yeah. Better believe it.
The greatest part is that time would still be faster than my very first run. Like, casual run through the game. Because the first time I played through the game took me 24 hours to beat it. Thank you, Grifter. And thank you, audience, for watching. We are about to get to the best part.
True.
About to get the best part.
Or. But you don't have audio for yours.
Yeah, I don't have audio for mine, unfortunately.
I can potentially turn it on briefly.
Yeah, but then we'll hear the echo when we start singing the chorus. I guess that's okay though. It's all about the chorus.
Nah, we'll wait.
handful of pieces to keep the little fight, actually. We didn't really go through all of them, but like, depending on what turn order is, you have to do different things. Depending on what weapons, you have to do different things, obviously. So, when I practiced that fight, there are times when you have to stall up that fight for some bizarre reason. You just have to do it. So, I was accustomed to doing it. I wasn't ready to just have Ricardo pass it or Hilda, whatever. So, I guess once Tranq gets there, I can talk a little more about that, because I spent a lot of time figuring that fight out, because I had a lot of trouble with it. Yes, so Tranq is on screen with a time. Which makes the strike zone easier to hit, but the downside is that you don't heal as much HP. And based on the damage that the enemies do in this game, sometimes it's just not enough. You need to strike on the tech range to recover HP to tank them still.
Tree down.
Good.
Alright, you've been the final boss. Let's kick
Yeah.
off.
Save it. Quick.
Yeah, you might want to save. Just want to fight Gilbert without saving. Which would be my guess if you really wanted to try that.
I'm enjoying this slideshow ending.
I wonder why it's running so slowly. Oh, what? It's probably because I have to stream on play. It's just trying to process Twitch and process at the same time. That should be a bit better.
Well, we're before we fight Gilbert because we are not crazy.
Yeah. So when Gilbert does the evil grudge opening into deep grudge into evil crest combo, that basically kills like everybody. So if Hilda's not buried, she'll die from grudge, and all the other characters are not flying, so they'll take the evil crest and then die. So the way you can get around that is, you already talked about how Hilda's flying. But the other way I structured the party is I put Hilda in spots 2 or 3, because the multi-hitting targeting is only really an issue if he can target somebody within the center. If he has to pick somebody in the corner, then it won't hit everybody at the same time. So it increases your survivability a little bit. There's an alternative tactic that I was working on, which works with 2 replacement men. So if you have 5 replacement men in stock before you get to Gilbert, you can slap 2 on 2 people. And that should give you a chance at coming back, because you have 2 people to bounce stock off of 5 people, get turns in between. But yeah,
Alas,
worked out how that works.
Also, I have to compliment Tide on having an empty memory card so you can get the fastest save times possible.
I'm glad you noticed. I prepare that in advance. I do that for most of the games I run when I need to save the save. Because if you have multiple saves, it does take longer to save between each time.
so enter Gilbert with no stock as well.
Oh, well, you're fine.
Oh,
Just
that's fun.
just get a turn with Johnny. That's all you need.
Let's just go for it.
If it comes down to it, in this area, you can actually get into fights that give you stock bonuses.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, but if you have to do it, maybe.
Well, the Gilbert fight is winnable, even if you don't have stock, but it does make things a lot harder. Because instead of being able to combo back to Hilda once she has energy charge, you have to...
Might as well arc barrier, or do that.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep at least Ricardo.
We didn't talk about the Gilbert fight a lot, but there's a catch to the Gilbert fight in that you have to be quiet in under 6 turns. That's part of the reason why it makes that fight a lot harder, because not only can you just kill people left and right, but you're on a timer. So if you don't kill him within 6 turns, he doesn't drop to 15.
Most cases he'll die before that happens anyway.
Yeah, you usually die, but it's possible to stretch the fight out.
Yeah, you can stretch it out if you really want to.
If you're on that route, you can beat Lady without using a single key, so that's not as big of a concern, possibly, but your execution for the Lady fight has to be pivotal anyway, so like, you might as well grab the 5th key. Because it's not like the fight's any easier. It's in some ways more demanding.
Defeat.
Wow. Nathan dies again.
Oh boy.
Nathan's just not allowed to live, okay? The rule against him living in this game.
One little poke should do it, I guess. If you can kill him with magic.
4700 HP. Start counting.
Oh, it's Sprite Rage.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be just.
Where's the Oracle?
Not gonna be enough, I don't think.
Where's the Oracle, man?
You can try it though.
The way is double. So you'll grudge one person? Just one?
Huh. I think it's another turn. Nice. I think this one will kill. Remember, it's tier 1. Got him.
Very nice.
Did Hilda survive that?
Yes. I do believe she did. Only Nathan did not survive. Poor Nathan.
He's just a whipping boy run.
So how underleveled is Nathan right now?
Tastes good.
Probably 3 levels.
3 levels?
Please, please. I don't. Apparently, I'm just not allowed to have stock as well. Fuck. You know what? We're gonna do. I think I. Yes, I do have 1 set of spikes. So Johnny can have the important one for comboing to Hilda at least.
Careful with those things if you run into a bad encounter. Don't want to get Johnny berserk, because that will drain all your stock away if you go insane.
There's a couple things. There's like rock javelin,
Elixir.
Yeah.
Elixir, and
There's definitely a few things that could hurt.
Thing.
Yeah. That's why when we used to use Shania, that safe strat made more sense because Shania just had way too much sanity that she could tank all of it, but Johnny doesn't really have the sanity for it, so it's less viable. Alright, and the ending's also done on my end. So Shania became evil at the end because we were bad people, we were just interested in completing the game and not saving Shania.
I still had both seals of strength in my inventory.
Here we go. I just dropped them when I was in the fight with Baby Rage. Alright.
And just do it in the bad on bad action.
Bad on bad action. That's also a good idea. Because you get many turns. So, yeah, the game takes you back to the save screen, at which point you can make a new game plus. And it holds all your sellers and I think some other stuff, but you go back to level 1 for the most part. Get to replay the game. But, yeah, no. Alright, I think it's safe for me to turn off my streaming.
Yeah, go for it.
This is the end of the run. And
That's Fire Eyes.
yeah, I will spectate what Tranq is doing.
I'm gonna suck your blood.
No microphone action. Couple more trees after
Yeah,
this
three,
one.
3 more trees, lady, and it's done.
Yeah.
Yep.
So with your route, it's going to be curvy mass Kilda after this one. I do believe.
Yes.
So the main difference is that the curvy mass form doesn't have 200 hit points, it has like 500 and some. So it can actually tank a hit. The downside is it can't do quite as much damage.
It doesn't have energy charge. That's the major downside.
Yeah, energy charge is a big deal.
What it does have, though, is it does have Grand Slam. But Grand Slam doesn't make up for energy charge's damage. Like, energy charge increases your damage from, say, like, 600 to, like, 1200 at some points. But Grand Slam is just adds, like, 200 damage at most. So you get, like, 800 damage or something.
Yeah.
Which doesn't seem that important, but the last series of these fights did damage
It's pretty
like
tight.
every little bit counts. Yeah. So, curvy mask Hilda can tank some stuff that normally. Most notably, if she's at full health, she can actually survive the Malage Dirge counter. So one of the like old safety strats that I worked on was finding a way to incorporate a Theric strat into your inventory, so that in the event that you end up using all your replacement mana, Hilda can still win it for you.
Probably could have
But
just shot
those days are long gone. So we use bat now, and there's no way a Theric extract will save the bat. So.
It does give more meter the way you're doing it, though, so that's a bonus.
Zero MP. That's what I have. I still have 2. I could use.
Yeah, that's exactly as many as you need.
Still have 1 left over for
Yeah, for the final.
I'll show you what fighting is all about.
Yeah, it's 18 hours. It's been spread across 3 games with different runners for each, so it's not like it's been the same people all the time. However, I have been here since the very beginning, with a couple breaks. So I'm kind of tired, but all I'm looking forward to right now is spreading my wings. Alright, so this is the switch over to a curvy mask. Much safer. Because if the tree... Yeah, if the tree gets opening turns, it can just kill the bat outright. But this way, you are very, very safe. I don't even know if we mentioned it, but the trees cannot be damaged by magic, if you didn't notice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's why it's all physical. But Hilda does pretty well physical, so it all kind of works out well for the ending. Since this is mainly where you want to use your third keys to get extra attacks in. And you are automatically the bat after the slim mask, so it all works out pretty well. And he's not being not to use any of his stock. He wants to get full stock on everyone for the final fight, if possible. because if you can just combo your way to victory, it's definitely worth doing.
Yeah. So you want to conserve stock for the most part. That doesn't mean that you can't use it, but if you can hold on to it, then better. As you saw when I was fighting the tree, I pulled my stock because I was getting caught in the infinite, so I needed to get out of it.
You usually lose 1 power stock on each character from the last tree back. So
Yeah.
I usually try to keep my stock at 2 on every. Have some.
Yeah. You're kind of cutting out again. I don't know. It's like the voice activation's not picking you up or something.
So the walk back can be pretty dangerous, because as Tranq alluded to, you can run into stock draining enemies.
I'm going to play.
You can also lose stock while you're fighting the trees too, because they can hit you with red gravity. Sucks. So
Doesn't happen too often.
Yeah, you have to. You want to hold on to it, but don't be stingy. Because I guess the best way.
Here it goes.
Because the most important thing in tree fights is you barrier up or arc barrier up, so that you get 3-hit KO'd instead of 2-hit KO'd, and it makes a big difference. And with Niton, you have extra arc cure, so somebody's usually gonna get in there and throw an arc cure and reduce the chances of you dying.
Okay, Naton's good as level 32. I think we're good.
Alright, we're in there. So yeah, Tranq used stock there just to get the last hit in. So his stock position is pretty good. I've won that fight before when I only had like 1 person with 2 bars of stock. It's really kind of the way LCC, I guess, put it to me when I was learning that fight. The lady fight is kind of like game free cell, in the sense that like almost every combination or configuration you should be able to win. You just have to recognize the situation and know how to react to it. So these guys are the ones who can drain stock, and they suck.
Yeah, if you can get to the safe spot without losing stock, you're kind of good to go.
Yep.
Yeah, man, this game owns. It's got talking cats. Got Frank the Ninja.
Al Capone.
Al Capone, of course. Who could forget Al Capone?
Who could forget Al Capone? Forget Al Capone and the fact that he is a giant fat drunk cat as his number 2.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Here.
Here we go. So the goal for this fight is to again, deal a lot of damage with Hilda, with the 3rd key and a 5th key. Those by themselves don't do enough damage, so you kind of need to supplement that with doing combos from Johnny and Ricardo to Hilda. And in some cases, you won't do quite as much as you should, and then Lady has a hit point trigger where if it goes to the very last little bit, it'll cure the boss for about 720.
There.
Yeah, Lady has a couple of thresholds, so when she loses half her HP, she will cast the Trance, and when she loses, or sorry, when the Umbra loses half its HP, she'll cast the Trance, and when the Umbra loses 75%, she will cast Cure. Both of these are once per battle, so once they happen, they can't happen again. So, depending on what your turn order is, you kind of want to open off with the different things. Like, if Lady goes before the Umbral, you usually want to drop the 3rd key before the 5th key, because if you drop the 5th key, she'll use the Entrance Opener, and then she won't do the big-ass double, which means that she won't have a lot of turn lag, so it makes the recovery when everybody dies a little bit trickier. Whereas in the opposite, if you get the Umbral going first, then you can drop the 5th key pretty safely, because everybody's gonna die before Lady gets a chance to do the trance, and then she's just gonna stand there and observe the situation. And what Tranq will want to do is she's gonna want to pass turns to Hilda, primarily either from Johnny to Hilda or from Ricardo to Hilda. You really want Johnny to Hilda in this case, because of all the effect build up that you have in the game. It will make your keys do like 100 or 200 extra damage. Which again doesn't sound like it's a lot, but it does make a difference. So because Tranq has all the extra stock, he's gonna try to do combos to build up the hit counter, which will make the damage on his keys do damage.
This isn't necessarily the worst situation, because all the characters' turns get pushed back from the comboing. So when everyone dies, then the boss will waste turns just standing there. And then all the characters will get turns from there, I think.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. It's a bit worse if your turns are spaced in really weird gaps. Because then somebody revives and then can't do anything. Because if you revive someone, you're just gonna die again.
Yeah, so you see 2 turns Lady just took there, doing nothing, which pushes her back and gives you a little bit of time to set something up. So here, I think Hilda could do like a double revival and then combo back to her or something.
Yeah. I think reviving Hilda and then reviving somebody else. Hilda will attack, double Grand Slam physical, and then somebody will combo back to Hilda.
But the way he's doing it, it's probably going to work out anyways, because he gets the same amount of damage. But missing rings, you know, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Don't miss rings. Don't miss rings. The other thing that really helps in this fight is he has a lot of
second chance.
A lot of stock to play with. Yo, the Zeal Steel.
Second chance.
Zeal Steel. The Zeal Steel. This is just failure city right now.
I don't know what causes him to use Zeal Steel. Thing I haven't figured out in Lady's algorithm. I really wish I knew.
It wasn't pretty, but it worked.
Here we go. Worked is all that matters.
If I did not drop that combo.
Nice.
Yeah. So stock in
enough.
this fight
So.
is more important, really, than HP, I find. Because ultimately your goal is to combo back to your damage dealer, which is going to be Hilda. So if you don't have stock, because once you use a key or
This-
double, it will delay heal this turn pretty significantly, so that you won't be able
What's
to
your
call
bets for
back
who the
turn.
hero is?
Here, it's Naton. It's T-Hawk. Listen to his
No.
T-Hawk voice.
Yo, T-Hawk is our savior.
Survive a single encounter is only right.
Freaking
Alright.
Naton.
Naton gets the killing blow after being the whipping boy for the entire
Yeah.
run.
He died so much. In the end, he gets the glory.
Gets the glory.
Exactly.
18, 56, 15.
Yeah, 4.
What was? Did you have a timer individually running, Tranq?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, 4:52:50.
Yeah.
5. Still, despite the travesty.
That's okay. I'm like 40 minutes slower than my PB. Beat my time individually, that's all that mattered.
I gained time.
Nice.
You gained time.
We gained time for Blanker Z.
I forget what the difference was when we first started, but
I think it was close to 40 minutes.
yeah, I think it's
Yeah, I
gained
think
about 80
so.
minutes on me. Just because I went wrong directions everywhere, forgot my menus because I was sloppy. Died a couple of times.
For now.
Yeah, does Moobot have a raid command? Or are we gonna have to do it manually?
I think we have to do it manually. 'cause I
Nice.
didn't-
Just
I
like
didn't command that in.
2013. But first, we gotta watch the credits.
We gotta spread our wings. The important part first.
Is it over?
Goodbye. Grace.
That sound. It's from outside the gate.
If we don't hurry back, it could be bad.
Yes, sir.
So what's wrong?
I'm sorry. I was thinking about what I should do now. Revenge has been my own.
But man, what a long day this was.
Yeah, but I'm glad we did it.
So I was
So
It was a good time.
thank you LCC for
thinking maybe
setting
I should just
things
stay
up
here.
for us for the stream.
For
Don't
sure.
say that.
And of
You'll
course,
have
thank
to
you
think
to
about that outside.
all our viewers
Come on.
for sticking around and watching us. It was great fun for all of us, so we hope you enjoyed it as well.
Not the most popular series, but gosh damn it. Speedruns are great.
Yes, they are well worth playing for sure. So if you liked what you see, you should definitely give the games a shot because they're pretty fun.
Yeah.
You're not speedrunning them.
They're kind of fun speedrunning in a way as well.
So I think we'll just do credits and then wrap up and probably call it a night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to spread my wings. That's all I care about. After
Spread
that, it's
wings.
whatever.
I don't have the individual run times, unfortunately. I
No.
only was keeping track of our team's times, so I don't know what Blanca Z's times are.
I'll figure them out at some
Um,
point. I'm too tired right now.
Yeah, makes sense. You should probably go to bed. Don't want to pull a Garrick. So yeah, we're very glad that, especially if you enjoy it, because it helps us definitely for coming back and revisiting.
Oh yeah. I was a bit worried during Shadow Hearts 1 because Garrick was
Yeah, so was I.
feeling
'cause I was
down.
getting-
Yeah.
I was reading his tweet last night that he didn't get any sleep, and then he was having a breakdown halfway through after dying twice.
Yeah,
Your mic just keeps cutting out. I can't. You start a sentence and then it doesn't complete. Oh well. That's okay. It's all good. And yeah, thanks to everyone sticking around. It's like really late, so don't blame anyone for not sticking around.
Yeah, it was 18 hours. Lots of fun, tears.
Like 19 hours.
Yeah.
Spread my wings.
Spread my wings.
Head to toe.
Spread my wings. I like how we're like all off sync. Spread my wings. Spread my wings. Alright. I think I'm satisfied. Oh, I want to hear the cat say it's not a cat.
Nobody notices she's a cat.
I think there's only one place I want to go to raid. And that's the bunny speedruns. So everyone go here.
The message is obvious. So yeah, once again, thanks to everybody who stuck around and watched us. It means a lot to us. And if you missed any of the runs, you can watch the replays and please follow the runners as well.
Yeah, it's not easy to put together a Shadow Hearts relay because there's literally 2 runners per game.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, check them all out.
Well, actually, we do have more runners from the New World, so we could do just a big from the New World race next time.
Oh yeah.
That'd be great.
Next time, Claude will be running it.
Yeah, can't wait.
Right? That'll happen, obviously.
Can't wait. Rise up, all. Rise up.
Rise up. If he does pick up that game, it will be magical. Aha, see? I found him. There he is.
So,
He'll take the world record.
back to his Grand Canyon
He probably will if he
These
actually puts
days
effort
he
into
lives
it.
as a warrior, protecting all of his brothers in the tribe. He said he did his duty and asked me to take care of the rest. Frank, he's with his ninja comrades, still fighting to protect peace and freedom. He's actually become kind of famous and appears on TV from time to time.
I hope he
Maybe
puts
I'm being
as
off
much
base.
effort into it as he
But
did
aren't
in
ninjas supposed to be
FF5.
kind of invisible? Master Meow, she's become a huge Hollywood star, a dramatic actor who can do action-adventure too. At least that's what the buzz is. Nobody seems to notice she's a cat.
Nobody
Hilda,
seems to know she's a
she
cat.
returned home loaded down with an
Nobody
armful
seems
of
to
souvenirs.
notice she's a
I
cat.
don't know when I'll wake up again. It may be 100 years or so, but if you're still alive, I'll visit.
Says her. Ricardo disappeared after placing flowers on Edna's grave. He didn't say a word to anybody. Maybe later, when I'm a little older, I'll wander into a bar and find him singing. That'll make me real happy. And as for me,
Yes? This is Garland Detective Agency. Yes? Yes? Right. Yes, yes, right, I understand. We'll be right there. Master! We got a call from a guy named Baker in the 3rd Borough. It seems they're missing their sweet little kitty cat, and they want us to run over there and find it.
man, again? I told you not to take those kind of jobs.
I know. You don't have to remind me. I'll go with you if you want me to.
I'll be fine. And don't treat me like a child. Later.
Master! Please, be careful.
Poor Dudley.
Poor Dudley.
That was a command.
Yeah, it was.
It got used a total of 0 times.
No, it got used like 2 times, 2 or 3 times.
Oh, well, those are the
Great.
2 times right there.
The joke commands. We actually didn't use commands that often.
Looks like the stream got cut. Well, I'm gonna cut my stream then. Goodbye, everyone. Good night. Thanks for watching.
Yes. Good night, everybody.
Stay tuned to
Shoutouts
future
to,
events. RPGLootBreak.com/nothing. And check the schedule in the profile section for future
Yeah.
events.
It's located at the bottom.
The bottom there.
I'll also like to give a shout out to all our guest commentators, so Aether, Snowfire, and Grefter for coming on and helping us with the relay at points to help commentate. And with that, I think that's everything I want to say. I think we can sign off if nobody else has anything else. All right.
Thanks for watching. See you all next
Good night,
time.
y'all.